space while I'm running the space on my own personal site. I'm using the CEI workshop site to help me monitor it, even though there is quite a delay on it. And because there's a delay, uh, it's going to give me the audio in like about a 5 or 6 second delay loop, and then you pick it up later on, which is problematic. Uh, we are going to talk today about biofuels in Brazil. I'm just reiterating and vamping for time. I've been working out the numbers the last few minutes. I sent him, let me see if I can read an exact text. I sent him a text about 7 or 8 minutes ago, which was, God damn, corn ethanol sucks. This is not a laughing matter. Uh, I did the math this morning as to how effective corn ethanol is in terms of its ability to drive vehicles. And it ain't pretty at all because it has such a really terrible EROEI, and old McDonald had a farm, because it has a equivalent return of energy investment of about 1.34. Essentially, for every 3 parts of energy, and if for every 3 kilowatt hours of energy you put into the ground, you're getting back 4. So even though, yeah, you're getting something in the realm per square kilometer of 306,000 liters of corn ethanol per km square, you've put in 240 per km square. So you're really not getting that much out of it. The energy is horrible. The if Now that's corn ethanol, and sugar ethanols are not a lot better, and we'll talk about that later. So I calculated you could run an average car something in the realm of 9,000 kilometers per per square kilometer of corn ethanol, which is absolutely frightening. It is not at all efficient. And the United States has something like 60 million square kilometers, square kilometers of, sorry, 60 million acres, which is an ungodly amount of square kilometers. It's like almost Colorado size. The United States, if we switched, I'm desperately trying to, I really hate this software. I've Come on, work. That's it. It takes about 15 seconds to do a co-host invite for Kim, our spectacular co-host. And because it takes 15 seconds, and I'm trying to multitask here, so we get dead air until I get that done. So I might as well, now that we have a few more people joining us, I might as well just do a quick reiteration. Kim already knows some of these numbers. Because of the inefficiency, the horrific inefficiency of corn ethanol. And corn ethanol is the primary American form of biofuel. For every square kilometer, and I mean, people have a good idea in their mind how big a square kilometer is. It's not exactly, a tiny space. You could run about 9,000 kilometers driving on that much fuel. It's pretty horrific because corn ethanol has, hello, Monica, nice to see you. Corn ethanol has a spectacularly bad EEROI, which is the energy equivalent return on energy investment. So to reiterate what I said about 7 minutes ago, for every 3 kilowatt hours of energy you put into corn alcohol, you're getting 4 kilowatt hours of energy back. It's a 4-to-3 ratio. We're going to talk later on about sugar cane alcohol, and that's a lot better. It's close to 10. So roughly, you're getting for every 1 kilowatt, you're getting 9 gains in kilowatts. So it is much, much better as a biofuel, and yet it still is terrible in comparison to if you were to get if you were to use that same square kilometer for solar power and then charge cars with that square kilometers worth of solar panels. So even with it's at least a 25-to-1 ratio improvement. And the secondary reason, because we already had the start part, it's the EROEI or EROEI, depending. Uh, ICEs are lousy. Uh, a diesel is a little bit better. Diesels will get you about 40% efficiency. Unless it's a Volkswagen, sorry. No, no, you still get about 40% efficiency, which means that about 40% of the chemical energy in the fuel gets converted into uh, motivational energy. It's to spin those wheels. With a gasoline powered car and an auto engine cycle. And the auto engine cycle is the famous 4-stroke cycle that almost every car in the world uses today. Porsche is looking to do a 6-stroke cycle. Don't ask. It's amazingly complicated, but it's beautiful. You're going to get about 23% to 24% efficiency. And that's before all the other things take place, because an ICE car, you're driving a the drivetrain. You've got power takeoffs for the power steering, power brakes, the air conditioning, and then you have to drive that through a transmission, and that transmission is almost always in the old days it wasn't. Almost always it goes into a torque converter, and that torque converter then goes into a locking torque converter, which is more efficient. So uh, you started at 25%, for argument's sake. By the time you're actually spinning those front wheels or back wheels, you're doing more like 22%. So you're going to lose about 10% to 15% just by friction. And that doesn't include the parasitic losses, again, from the power steering, power brake, the stereo system, the whatchamacallit, the generator in the car. Actually, it's an alternator, not a generator. So all of those items, they add up, especially the HVAC system, your air conditioner. So all of those items continue to take power away from the system, making it less effective. If you take that biodiesel or bioalcohol and you ran a steam powered power plant. So if you, instead of using a coal plant or a natural gas plant. And it's actually that's a very, very easy way to do it. If you were to convert that natural gas into an alcohol burning power plant, you would get about 60% efficiency. And that's a lot better than 25%, but it's still only 60% efficiency. So ICEs are a terrible way to go, but there's cost advantages and there's labor advantages, obviously, for uh, bioethanol, especially if you're in a country that has labor that has far more labor than you have people who can fill positions. So, or the other way around, you have more people you have more people than positions. Uh, so Kim, when do we want to kick this off?
Good morning. Welcome you all to the Climate and Ecology space. And Monica, thank you so much for joining us. That's wonderful. I'm just loading things up anytime you want to. Can you just tell me, can you hear me fine if I'm
You're
if I'm like
perfect.
this? Oh, perfect. Oh
Yes.
my God, that's a
Yes,
dream.
we can
Well,
hear
thank
you.
you. Hello, Monica. How are
Hi.
you?
I'm fine, thanks. How are you? How are you? How is everyone?
Doing well.
Good. I just wanted to thank you for opening up the space so we can talk about maybe perhaps Brazil and biofuels.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
We've been, researching and preparing all week long. You've written the article Brazil's Biofuel Boom or Climate Bust, which was
That's correct.
published almost 3 weeks ago by Revista Scenarium, is it?
Yes. It's a news outlet based in Manaus, the capital of Amazon. But the same article was also published by the Canary, UK, and also the Ecologist. So yes, it's been published in various outlets.
Fantastic. And the title suggests that it's not all what it seems. This idea of the sustainability of biofuels, especially in regards to the environment.
Yes, what happens in Brazil and what impacts the Amazon is different from elsewhere in the world, if you know what I mean. So, just to make something clear, I'm a journalist. I'm not an expert in the energy sector, but my role is to carry out research and scrutinize countries, some countries' claims about their energy transition. So I usually question whether their decisions are truly, green and clean as they claim. So, and that's in this context, I would like to discuss, perhaps Brazil's biofuel expansion. Is it really progress or just greenwashing, basically? Should I set off? Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. Can we just do a little bit of background on Brazil? Because just sort of to place it within the global context. Is it the fifth largest country in the world, I believe, in terms of size and population.
yes.
I think it's the ninth largest economy in the world.
Yes, it has it's the largest country in South America basically, and it has around over 216 million people. It's similar to the US in the way it's governed. It's a federal republic, with a presidential system. So it consists of the Union, Brazil, 26 states, including and also the federal district, which is the capital, Brasilia. And similar to the US, it has three independent branches, like the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. So this is how the government is composed.
I was reading it's a young nation. What year was the country formed?
Sorry?
What year was the country formed? Because I've been
It was
reading.
just it was discovered in 1500.
Okay, but like, what year did it become a republic?
It was 18. Oh gosh, I can't remember the actual date. It's
So
in 18.
late
Yes.
1800s.
Yes.
Okay, so it's around the same age as Canada.
Right.
Because Canada was created in 1867. Okay.
Oh, I was hoping you'd get that and I wouldn't have to do it.
Oh,
Sorry?
pardon me.
I was hoping you'd get the 67 out when you were pausing for a minute there. I was
Yeah,
like,
right.
tell me I'm not going to have to say that. Yeah.
Well,
I'm I'm terrible with history. So my apologies.
oh, no problem. That's great. No, I was thinking about what year did the Toronto Maple Leafs last win the cup? 1967. No, Canada was formed in 1987. No.
Yes.
Um, Okay, well, I did a little bit of research because,
Yes.
Brazil, it's a fascinating country because I would say, because of all the diversity it has, cultural diversity, plant diversity, animal diversity. I have some numbers here about it if I can find it. It is it like 20% of the world's rainforest?
Yes. I think it's over 20%. Yes. Something about that.
It's the most biologically diverse country in the world, second only to Indonesia in terms of endemism. It contains 2 biodiversity hotspots.
Yes.
And this part I didn't know about, which is it's the Atlantic forest and the Cerrado.
Yes,
Am
well,
I
yeah, well, Brazil holds 20% of the world's species, basically. So it has over 46,000 plant species, and regarding animals, I think it's over 129,000 animal spreads across. There are 6 biomes actually, and that includes the Amazon rainforest and the Atlantic forest. And then it has about 80% of the biodiversity in Brazil is safeguarded in lands of indigenous and traditional people. So so this is why protecting these traditional and indigenous communities in Brazil is so important.
Monica,
Yeah.
what's the difference between traditional and indigenous?
Traditional peoples, for instance, you have the quilombolas, which are the Africans that they originated from the African descendants, basically.
Okay.
So, and indigenous are the indigenous communities that you see, inside the Amazon. Yes. So that's the difference.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that because I was reading that. I'm like, oh, what's the difference with that? That makes
Yes.
sense because those would have been Africans that were brought there
Yes.
via the slave trade in the early,
Yes.
I guess, starting in the early 16th century.
Yes, and you also have the riverside communities, the ribeirinhas that you call them. They live by, the riverside communities. So that's the difference. They're part of the traditional communities.
Now, is the Atlantic forest, is that separate from the Amazon rainforest or is that like a part of it?
Yeah, no. It's separate. And basically, what happened with the Atlantic forest? There's only 20% remaining. Okay, the rest has been destroyed.
That's horrible.
Yeah, it goes. It's around the Rio Grande do Norte, northeast of Rio Grande. Yes, of the state, basically.
And that
Tim, just briefly to help you out there. Uh, the South American geography is absolutely insane.
It is insane.
You have the Andes, which is the continental divide. It is almost on the west coast. So the waters flowing into the Amazon are a few kilometers away from the Pacific.
Yeah.
And of course, it leads out into the Atlantic. So you have this absolutely insane geography. So when you're talking the Atlantic headwaters for the Atlantic forests are in the Atlantic region, but the headwaters for the Amazon is essentially Pacific, or as close to Pacific as you can get to, and not be in the Pacific.
Yeah. So it's a huge country. And it's very complex. And unfortunately, we're destroying, not just Brazilians, but the entire world is managing to destroy. The Atlantic forest is gone, most of it, and now the Mato Grosso do Sul, the Pantanal, it's all going, soybean and rampant, deforestation and fires, wildfires, and cattle farming, mining. It's just destroying the whole region. So it's incredibly sad what's happening there.
you mentioned Mato Grosso in your article, that's where one of these new giant, I think, biofuel or biofuel granaries has been established there.
Yes, well, soybean basically. It's they mainly grow soybean in Mato Grosso. Yes. So
Well, I mean, Brazil, as they call it, is mega diverse, right? It's just like we
yes.
can't, like, coming from Canada, even the United States, we can't imagine how diverse it is and how enriched in nature it must be. Like, can you give us a sense of like the urban, I guess, rural divide? Like, if I were to go to Brazil, like, I don't know, how big are the cities in comparison to the surrounding countryside and the Amazon rainforest? Like,
well, it's incredibly diverse. I mean, if you go to São Paulo, is a well, to the center of São Paulo, is a cosmopolitan place. You go to Rio, is something similar. You go to Manaus, is like stepping into another country. You go to the south of Brazil, is you have immigrants from Germany, Italy. You have a very European style population, and then you go to the northeast of the country, and it's completely different. You have the descendant of Africans, for instance, in the state of Bahia. You have a very, very diverse country, and it's a multicultural place, with very specific cultural backgrounds, depending where you are and where you go to. So it's very exciting, because if you go to the Amazon, I haven't been to the Amazon, it's my dream actually. But if you go to the Amazon, and then you step into the south of Brazil, it's like two different nations within the country. So this is incredibly interesting.
let's go to the Amazon rainforest together, because that's like the main
Yes.
place I want to go in the whole world. I'd love to go there.
I mean, yes, I deal with them. I speak to them on a daily basis, to my some of my friends and some scientists who are there, and this is how I get my source of information. I know a lot of people there, and I work with a news outlet there, and yes, and it's shameful I haven't been there, but it's just very, very far. If you go and fly to Brazil, you usually fly to Rio, to Sao Paulo. To catch a flight to Manaus is not only very expensive, but is very, very far. So it's people have no idea, regarding distances. From a flight from Sao Paulo to Rio, it's about 45 minutes. So it's one state next to the other. So you can imagine the vast. Brazil is very vast. It's very big, a big country. So yes.
Right. I mean, I get that, because, I live in Canada, and it's like a huge country. And just to drive from Toronto to Montreal is at least 5 hours at 100 kilometers an hour. Well, actually, I'm lying about that. It's not 100 kilometers an hour, more like 140 kilometers an hour. But I'm looking at a map of Brazil. So, yeah, I mean, to get to the Amazon rainforest, it is in like the northwest part of Brazil, right? And
It's
I
the
guess
north. It's the north.
in the north.
Yeah.
Okay. And in the south is where most of the industrialization has occurred, or
No, it's the southeast, basically.
southeast. Okay.
Yes. Usually
Atlantic coast.
Atlantic coast. Wait, how? Okay, looking at the map, how you said, Sal, that the headwaters. Oh, I see it now. They come
It's
from the
wild.
Pacific, because
Yes.
they're going through Peru. And
Yes.
oh my goodness!
Yes.
Wow.
And when I said the Pacific, I meant the Pacific. The Andes are literally on the Pacific Ocean. So the eastern side of the Andes is the beginning of Amazonia. So you're talking maybe in some places less than 10 kilometers away from the Pacific Ocean, you have the headwaters for the river that flows into the Atlantic.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just to continue on, in terms of the mega cultural diversity, there's 200 different indigenous peoples, 170 different languages.
Yes.
But yet, they say that 10 million of the poor are most dependent on the natural resources, and they live on approximately 300 US per month.
Yes.
There's a huge. Sorry, it seems like there's a huge discrepancy between rich and poor. I read a stat that 2% of the population owns 50% of the land.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes. Well, basically, Congress in Brazil is composed of mainly big landowners. This is since colony. this has happened. So the big landowners are, congressmen basically, and all the laws, they pass laws that would benefit themselves. We call them the ruralistas. Okay, so Brazil ruralistas is RURALISTAS.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's the rural
Ruralistas.
corpus, yes. So they own Brazil, and everything that's done in Brazil is surrounding mining, agriculture, cattle farming. So basically, nothing will go against them, and their laws. The laws will benefit them, and that's it. Full stop. It's always been that way, regardless the type of administration. If it's far right, far left, central, it would always benefit them. So nothing has changed, and
But
nothing seems that will change.
But Monica, isn't it in the Brazilian constitution about giving land back to people? Like if land is degraded, can you
No.
tell us about that? Like,
Well, it is whatever is in the constitution doesn't mean it's going to be followed. Okay.
oh,
So
absolutely.
do you know it means nothing at all?
It means nothing. Okay.
No, it doesn't. I mean, people may say otherwise, but it's not true. Okay, I'll give you an example. We talk about BR319 highway, right? The reconstruction. Okay, they are trying to reconstruct a middle stretch of the highway, which is about 407 kilometers of the highway. But at the very moment, what they've done, Lula has signed a law. Basically, he signed a document saying that 52 kilometers of the stretch of BR 319, which is called Lot C, Lot Charlie, will be repaved, and it's starting already without any formal consultations with the indigenous communities and without an environmental impact assessment. Okay, so this is against the law, and he signed already a document saying go ahead. They have hired the company that will repave this stretch, 52 kilometers of this highway. So what does it tell you? This is just an example of what happens.
Right. And you wrote an excellent article about that a few months ago, right? I think that was
Yes.
that back in November.
Yes.
Well, the reason why I bring that up is because I was, reading about apparently in the past 2 decades through this constitutional, not, act or a policy,
Bills,
that
yeah.
it said that 3,000 small farmers were given land, and not 3,000, 300,000, and about 100,000 are awaiting land through this policy
Yes.
of and I know it's also very controversial because it seems like people are using the ability to get land back. They're basically the big landowners and
Yes.
corporate interests and everything are using that to try to say that they have title to the land.
Yes, you have the marco temporal, right? The temporal thesis framework. It's a bill that's been stuck in Congress for a while now. They go back and forth to it, and what they're saying is that when the Constitution was promulgated in 1988, that up to that moment, the all the land would not be returned to the communities if after that date. So basically, it's a real mess. And something else I'd like to mention, that even if they return the land to the indigenous communities and traditional communities, if they return the land, who's going to guarantee that they are going to be protected, Kim? Because you have given the right to your land, it doesn't mean it's going to be protected and not invaded. So you don't need just the law protecting you. You need the system to protect the land where they are going to, and not being and have the right not to be invaded. Okay, so it's a very difficult situation when you talk about the law, and enforcing the law is something else, right?
Absolutely. And often, we have these policies, they're ineffective and they don't do really what they're supposed to do at all, right?
Yes.
All around the world.
And it's the same thing as when you say, for instance, at COP30, yes, the indigenous and traditional communities will participate, their voices will be heard, but they just don't want their voices heard. They want to be able to veto projects. They want to be able to say no and actually have the power to say no. It's not enough just to be heard, right?
Right. Absolutely. I mean, Brazil, again, it seems like it's a little bit, or not a little bit, a lot of a paradox in that it's the most biodiverse place in the world, and it has done a lot in terms of committing itself to like conventions of biodiversity,
Yes.
on the one hand, but on the other hand, it seems to have this, economic growth mandate that it's all about becoming like a very powerful economy, and that's going to be driven by the economy and extracting resources and being like a major energy player in the world.
Yes, and biofuels is one of the key topics, the hot topics that will be discussed at COP30. So it's very, very sensitive, is very controversial. In my point of view, is not the solution for various reasons that we can discuss now if you'd like. Yeah.
Absolutely. I just wanted to go over a little bit about the type of the role that Brazil has played in terms of environmentalism. In the Convention for Biodiversity, it's quoted as Brazil is conscious of its relevant role in the environmental balance of the planet,
Yes.
and that they have adhered and committed to global environmental agreements. Um, they signed in 2015
Uh-huh.
the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, which has the 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which are built on the ideas of sustainable development for economic, social, and environmental,
Right.
which should also support the eradication of poverty, gender inequality, and promote social inclusion of all peoples.
Right. So
Um,
yeah.
they signed the Convention on Biological Diversity, which targets the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the use of genetic resources, and
Mm-hmm.
the associated traditional knowledge. And that's a part of COP, right?
COP16, you mean in Cali, in Colombia, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then what was the other? They were all the way back in 1992. They were a party to the Convention on Biological Diversity.
Mm-hmm.
And out of that, they created the National Biological Diversity Program in 1994. In 2003, this was made into a commission.
Right.
It committed to 20 global targets. Is it the ASHI targets or ASHI? I don't know which way people pronounce it. Those were set in 2010 and in Japan.
Right.
And from that, they created a Brazilian panel on biodiversity.
Yes.
Target 17, they adapted, which is effective, up-to-date national biodiversity strategy and action plan.
Uh-huh.
And they state that habitat loss by far is the most significant threat, driving species towards, what does this say? low level status, or towards extinction.
Right.
And so that was the stage I wanted to set for you to speak about your very informative article, so we know a little bit more about Brazil.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's yes, they've signed a lot of things. Are they all I ask is this binding? Are they binding documents? That's all I have to ask, right? So yes, should I go ahead and talk about the biofuels? and Brazil.
Please.
Yes. Okay, so Brazil basically is pushing to expand, its biofuel industry as you know it. So, but they're claiming it will reduce carbon emissions and then boost economy at the same time. So, with COP30 approaching, it would take place in Brazil in November this year. So Brazil's goals is to basically showcase itself as a leader in green energy. But then questions arise: are biofuels really truly sustainable or not? Okay. The country relies on biofuels for about 25% of its transportation energy, which it's more than most countries. And a new biofuel mandate was announced by President Lula at the end of last year. He called it the fuel of the future law, with plans to increase ethanol blending in gasoline from 22% to 35%, and then biodiesel from 14% to 20% until 2030. So in 2023, the country produced around 43 billion liters of biofuels, and then mainly coming from sugarcane, from crops like sugarcane, soybean, corn, and palm oil. So on a positive note, the expansion reduces Brazil's dependence on foreign oil, and then it strengthens its economic stability. But it's important. One thing that I didn't mention in my article, but it's important to point out that in 2006, a soy moratorium was established, and ensuring that soybean from the Amazon that's grown, processed, and exported from July 2008 onwards is deforestation free. Okay, and this has been instrumental in preventing, further Amazon deforestation. But apparently, lately, I think in the last week or so, Cargill and several other companies have announced they'll be exiting from this moratorium, from the soy moratorium. And then at the same time, in last year, the state of Mato Grosso enacted a legislation that reduces tax benefits for all the companies who are in agreement with this moratorium, which is not good at all. So, and then I would like to discuss before we move forward about Brazil's historical ties with ethanol, which is very important to understand Brazil's relationship with biofuels. So, Brazil's relationship with ethanol dates back to the colony, to the colonial past. This is when sugarcane was the dominant crop in Brazil. So during the 70s, the country launched a program called Pro Álcool in response to the global oil crisis at the time. And then it started to promote ethanol as an alternative fuel. And the program provided subsidies and tax incentives to sugarcane producers and automakers. So leading a widespread use of ethanol-powered automobiles, as you say, vehicles. So although it helped to reduce oil dependency, it also resulted in environmental degradation and also worker exploitation. So over the years, ethanol remained a pillar for Brazil's energy policy, and then Brazil marketed it as a renewable energy solution, despite concerns over its impacts. So biofuel production has serious downsides as well. It drives deforestation due to land use change. It raises food prices. It harms biodiversity. I mean, this is unquestionable. And Brazil's new biofuel mandate will drive relentless demand for crops, okay, which we have to consider as well. Converting forest lands, forests into farmland, also releases carbon and also counteracts the climate benefits of biofuels. So on the top of this, you have fertilizers and pesticides that are used in biofuel crops. And this is a polluter, okay, will pollute water sources, will pollute the soil, will pollute the air, okay? And some studies even suggest that biofuel production requires more energy than it produces. I think you were mentioning this before.
It's about 9 to 1, so it depends. If it's corn ethanol, it's problematic.
Yes, it
If
is.
it's sugar,
Yes.
it's sugar's better.
Yes, I don't know whether you've had a chance to read the studies of David Pimentel. I know he was from Cornell University, and it's an old study, but it's very very interesting because he accounts for all, he does an assessment of biofuel production, and I think everyone should read it. I read it and I found it fascinating, even though it's decades old, and he's no longer with us, unfortunately. So, well, additionally, let's move forward. The European Union has identified soy as a major cause of deforestation, but yet Europe still imports large amounts of Brazilian soy for biodiesel. So, corporate expansion and the controversy around this. Major biofuel companies like in Brazil, like you have Raízen, which is a huge company. You have BP Bunge, among many others, are rapidly expanding, especially in the state of Pará, okay, which is host of COP30, and especially in the Amazon region. And this has led to many conflicts and human rights violations as well. There are a couple of companies in the state of Pará who are behind many violations of indigenous rights and destruction. So these companies are involved in illegal land grabs, and also infrastructure projects support biofuel transport, such as highways and railways, and also it threatens ecosystems. So in order to support biofuel expansion, you would have to have more roads, you would have to have more railways like BR319 and like Ferrogrão, which is quite worrying. And also Brazil presents biofuels as a clean energy solution, okay? But many policies prioritize economic interests over real sustainability, okay? Now, I'd like to talk about the Renova Bio program. I don't know whether anyone's heard of it, which does not fully account for all the environmental impacts and land use changes, okay? The Renova Bio is it's a government program launched in 2017. It was launched to promote Brazil's biofuel sector, providing incentives for low carbon fuel production, and it aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by in the way that they certify biofuel producers based on their environmental impact, issuing carbon credits called CBIOs, which are decarbonization credits. However, some studies and some critics argue that this program, Renova Bio, doesn't fully account for land use change, and it can lead to even more deforestation and environmental degradation, okay? So this needs to be looked into in detail. For my article, I spoke to a great gentleman called Jorge Morales, okay? He's a lecturer and researcher in environmental policy and climate change at the University of Stockholm. And then when we spoke, he warned that Brazil's climate diplomacy promotes biofuels, but it ignores the negative consequences as well. So, and many countries have followed Brazil's example, adopting bioenergy policies, okay, in the same way. So I'm not going to be very long. I'm just going to wrap up. Brazil's the biofuel expansion also poses risks to communities in Brazil, to forests, and to food security. Okay, we need more regulations and we need better land use policies. Okay, it's important also finally to add something interesting. I'm sure you find it interesting. Pará, the state of Pará, which will be a COP30 host, the governor, Helder Barbalho, and the president of Brazil, Lula, they're pushing for the development of a bioeconomy in Brazil, okay? And this includes the expansion of biofuels. And then for these industries to meet this high demand with increase in biofuel mandates, they will need more infrastructure, okay? Like I mentioned, more roads, more ports, more railways. to transport all these goods. And this will come at a very, very high cost, both socially and both environmentally. So you may question the production of biofuels in a different way, but this is what I have found so far through various studies, which are have been added in my article through links. And we need to question whether really this type of energy, especially in Brazil, when you have high demand for crops, once you increase biofuel production, whether this is really, really sustainable or not, and how much it will impact, for instance, the Amazon rainforest, which is my main concern and everyone's main concern. So this is it for me.
Oh, thank you, Monica. That was excellent, and a truly informative article. I think I've read over it about 4 or 5 times, and your links are excellent as well. I mean, from reading your article, it seems like the impression that I got is that Brazil's colonial history is wrapped up in their push to use biofuels for economic expansion. Brazil is the #1 producer of sugar in the world. It's the #2 producer of biofuels in the world, second only to the United States. I mean, it just seems like, even it seems like Brazil is set on using biofuels, and even though it is taking some measures to protect the Amazon rainforest, as more and more companies invest in areas around the Amazon rainforest and are driving land use changes, it seems a bit dire to me. Do you have that sense?
Well, I'm going to be very cynical here, Kim. I am. I'm waiting to hear how what they're doing to protect the Amazon rainforest. I mean, you have a huge fund called the Amazon Fund with billions and billions of dollars. Okay, all this money is being pumped up to different institutions and organizations. But the question I have is pretty basic question that everyone in the world will be asking: how is the Amazon being protected? What are the actions being made? Okay, if you go inland and ask the indigenous and traditional communities, you ask them, are their lives any better? Are their lives any safer? And how is all this money being implemented and pumped into it? I mean, in my view, it's being pumped into a money making, profitable businesses, which is a bioeconomy, which is not bio, and biofuels is not bio. Okay, they should remove the bio from the front of these words. I'm saying this because I'm incredibly passionate, okay? And that there's no one there to protect the Amazon, no one there to protect its indigenous communities. And what I want to say is that I would like to see how is this being doing? How are they actually protecting the region and its communities? Bottom line, there's so much money in there, and I want to see how it's being done. It in paper looks beautiful, but in practical, in practical terms, how is it being done? Yeah.
Absolutely.
The thing, sorry, what she'd mentioned that struck the strongest chord to me was how they're changing tax policies to no longer favor protecting the Amazon. They are now changing the tax policies to exploit the Amazon. And that is really essentially whatever they were doing to redline that region is now gone. So now it's literally all of the lands are available for exploitation.
Exactly. And an example of this is, for instance, you give land back to its indigenous communities, okay? Land that's been exploited and devastated and destroyed. What are they going to do with this? Okay, all their rivers has been infected and polluted by pesticides. What are these communities going to do with it? Do you understand? It's very, very complex, and and they put a front that so much has been done, but you actually have to go there and assess whether this is really true or not, and how is this going to be done. Okay, for instance, you have agroecology movements in Brazil, but then they are tied up to the big companies. We're revolving around our food systems, okay, and they're forced to produce more, okay, more, and to generate more profit. So they end up in this entangled into the circle, okay, and they can't get out of it. So there are many issues involving Brazil, yes, and the Amazon.
I was struck when I started looking at the website World Data, and to find that Brazil is number 2 in the world for insecticide use. It sprays around 122,000 tons. It's second only to Indonesia, which sprays 164,000 tons. And then I thought about
Yes.
the
Palm
parallels.
oil.
Yes. And
Yes.
Brazil has palm oil as well, right, Monica?
Yes, in the state of Pará, it's everywhere, and it's growing because of biofuels as well. There, in my article, I mentioned all the companies going in there. There are two specific huge companies. It's named in my article. They are, and they are destroying not just the environment, but they are, violating indigenous rights. They are, generating violence, true violence in the state. And this is a huge issue. And pesticides, I mean, Lula's government released more pesticides than Bolsonaro's, okay, the previous government, and no one talks about it. And secondly, the Brazilian, I think that the last time I found out this data from Lombardi, she's a scientist involved in an expert on pesticides, and she actually had to leave the country because she was intimidated in many forms. So she had to leave Brazil, if you know what I mean. So I think one of the studies mentioned that every Brazilian drinks 7 liters of pesticides a year. So can you imagine that?
Oh my goodness. Well, that's the other stat. Brazil is number 1 in the world in terms of pesticide use. It sprays, 720,000 tons of pesticides in comparison to the USA, which sprays 457 tons of known pesticide use.
Yes.
Is there a specific breakdown? Are we talking about just general, or is this because of, I'm thinking immediately in the back of my mind, soybeans
Yeah.
and glyphosates.
This is
Yeah.
just
Roundup.
general. This
So
is
it's so yeah.
this is
I'm
just
breaking it down.
overall.
It's Roundup and it's soybeans
Okay.
and maybe Roundup corn.
Did you know that the Agent Orange 2D, is it 2D? It's not illegal to be used in Brazil.
Oh my goodness.
That's shocking.
And
That's
then
shocking.
did you know they're using this Agent Orange? This is actual. We've got proof.
That's
Okay,
carcinogenic.
they are using
Yeah,
this to infect the riverside communities and the indigenous and traditional communities, to expel them from their land. Okay,
Oh my goodness.
there's
That's
so
horrible.
much
yeah.
going on. Yeah.
Nothing like cancer hotspots to get people out of an area.
Yes. And do you know, personally, I mean, this is a personal information, but my mom's got cancer. And when I went a few months ago with her for treatments, the amount of cancer people going through cancer in all ages, young, old, it's horrendous. The number of people with cancer in Brazil, it's exploding. It's an explosion. Okay, and this is due to pesticides, and also I blame it also on ultra processed food. So it's a combination of factors.
Well, right, and those foods that they're eating are sprayed with pesticides.
Absolutely.
So sorry to hear about your mother. I hope she'll continue to improve.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, she's not the only one. Her opposite neighbor in her 30s also going through cancer. Her upstairs neighbor, her downstairs neighbor. So we have an explosion of cancer in Brazil at the moment.
that's horrible, and it's definitely, you know, number one user of pesticide in the world. It's definitely directly related to it. Yeah, I mean, Monica, in your article, you talk about, or I was wanted to ask about this. That the biofuel companies are making a production chain for biofuels and food products. And then you were saying it was derived from the monocultures on indigenous lands. Did you mean like monoculture plants on those lands, or are
Yes.
they planting like the corn and the soy on their lands and like changing the land use?
Well, I don't know what you mean. It's just they're doing monoculture, which doesn't allow the soil to recover basically, and this is what I mean.
Okay.
And it's also terrible for animal and bird diversity, because essentially
Exactly,
you're only going to have a very small number of insects in a monoculture, and that means you're only going to have a small number of birds. You pretty much get rid of all apex predator mammals, and all you're going to have are mice and rats, and that's about it.
exactly.
It's absolutely horrendous for a biosphere, a biosystem.
It is. And then you were saying about that these corporations were going into indigenous areas and securing like unpaid labor.
Yes, yes. There's
Can you tell us a bit more about that, please?
Actually, this information comes from scientist Lucas Ferranti. What they're saying, they're taking over these people's lands, and then in exchange, they're forcing them to work for them. Basically, this is how it goes, and there's nothing they can do about it. There's no protection. There's no one to defend them. So they're forced into this, and sometimes they even bribed for small amounts of money. So this happens very often and all the time.
If you don't have a federal government that is going to support its people, then they're essentially going to give free run to any industry that wants to exploit the natural environment and, of course, the people living there.
Do you think the local governments would go against all these huge giant
They,
corporations? They would
that's where
not.
they're getting their money from. It's where their bread is buttered.
Yes, 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 absolutely. So when you look at data and and coming from for instance COP30 and all the propaganda, take it with a pinch of salt, okay? Please take it with a pinch of salt, because sometimes it's as they say, the devil in disguise.
Well, Monica, they say that 80% of the CO2 emissions from Brazil come from land use change. But then on the other hand, the Brazilian government is saying they are choosing biofuels as a climate strategy. How does that make sense?
Well, the greenhouse gas emissions, okay, in Brazil, this is a tricky one. I would like to add something to it. I spoke to a monitoring system called SEEG in Brazil, and I spoke to someone who works with them. And I asked them, all the wildfires happened last year, right? And I asked them, do you, on your data, in your data, do you account for the wildfires when you assess greenhouse gas emissions? And they said no. So I took part of another webinar with a famous scientist. I think it was, I can't remember her name, but she's very famous. Gatti, her last name is Gatti, Gatti, and I actually asked her directly. Does the government account for the wildfires when it assesses greenhouse gas emissions? And she says no. And I said, why? She says, I have no idea. I keep telling them to do so and to be, this is to become more transparent, but they don't account for that, which is something extraordinary.
That is, so it's probably vastly underestimated.
I'm just doing a quick. Sorry, I'm doing a quick examination. Wow. Okay, that's a surprise. There's more than just CO2 and methane when you're looking at greenhouse gases, and the third most prominent of the greenhouse gases is nitrous oxide, and Brazil is just up there with the United States. Uh, Brazil is the number three country in the world as an emitter of nitrous oxide. So they may be CO2 light, but they're not N2O light. So that is a major climate greenhouse gas.
That's interesting, huh? Interesting data.
Well, that's the first thing. When you're talking about using all those fertilizers, that's the first thing that kicks into my mind is that eventually, as the fertilizers decay, the byproduct is nitrous oxide, N2O. As they get taken up by the land, as they go into the water, eventually it all works out into nitrous oxide. And by the way, I don't know if you guys
Interesting.
can hear this in the background. I have a car alarm about a block away from me that is just not shutting up. Uh,
We can't hear anything.
I can't hear it.
well, it's driving me off crazy, but okay, I'm happy that nobody else is being affected by it.
We can't hear a thing. Can you, Kim? I
Good,
can't.
No, I can't hear
good.
anything.
I feel
I'm
much
just,
better than that.
Monica, I'm just curious. How does the average Brazilian like, do they side on the side of like, yeah, biofuels are wonderful, or are they thinking, no, we have to protect the Amazon rainforest? Like, is there like a divide there, or?
Well, which Brazilians? You're talking about the mainstream Brazilians? You're talking about the scientists? You're talking about academia or the politicians? It depends.
Okay.
Right. The mainstream Brazilians, they have no idea what biofuels even are. Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to dismiss them, but they're too busy trying to make a living. Okay.
Right.
The academia, I think only a few they are aware, but they try not to talk about it. Some of them, scientists, the ones I deal with and I am in contact with, they know exactly what biofuels are about, and they're absolutely damaging. Okay, and then you have the other scientists who are siding with the bioeconomy. They are for it. They say it's the solution. So politicians absolutely it's the solution. So it depends who you talk to. But if you really, really, really wanted if I spoke to a journalist who's going to COP30 this year in Brazil, and I told him, if you really, really want to know what these people are about, just ask them questions. First of all, mention biofuels. Second of all, talk about BR319 and Ferrogrão, and talk about everything that's going on in Brazil in regards to expansion of cattle farming and all that. And then wait for their answers, and you will know who they are.
Right. Well, Monica, like, and Sal, I mean, I've looked in the past week. Are biofuels more sustainable? Do they reduce less CO2? And I've gotten mixed answers, so I don't really know. I mean, we know about the efficiency of them because, I mean, a lot of it has to do with how you're measuring the CO2 emissions, sort of from, I guess, from the seed to the wheel, or from the seed to the gate. Some people say that ethanol releases 20% less than conventional fossil fuels. Others, I think the gentleman from Cornell, Professor Pimentel, I believe.
Yes, David. Yes.
He was saying that it's actually energy negative.
Yes.
Can you give us a sense, and Sal as well, of like, is it actually better
I
in
think it's
terms of
energy
CO2
positive,
emissions?
but it's energy positive, but it is so little energy positive that you might as well not even consider it. If it takes you if it takes you 3 kilowatt hours to generate 4 kilowatt hours of energy, then you're getting a little bit of a gain, but it's such an insignificant gain uh, that it's almost not worth it. But I
Sal.
do
Yeah.
understand why.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sal, just a question. But then don't you have to assess where, what type of biofuels, if it's coming from crops,
Yes. Yes.
And additionally, where it's going to be produced, if it's in regions like the Amazon, I mean, come on, right?
No, well, obviously, the first thing you have to ask is what form of transportation are you using from source to depot to terminal? And if it's, believe it or not, water is actually a pretty efficient method of transportation. Pipelines are a pretty efficient method of transportation. But if you have to use trucks, then you pretty much have lost any possible gain that you might have had. So if you're going to be using trucks to move that bioethanol from the Amazon to a depot somewhere in Sao Paulo, I don't see where the gains are.
And yes,
You're break even if you're
yes,
lucky if you're break even.
and the transportation, as you said, and you need roads. You need to build roads if it's being, produced in the Amazon. Do you understand? It's all the infrastructure surrounding it, and then you have urbanization, and then you have a series of things surrounding it. And it all has to be accounted for, which they are not at the moment.
No,
And,
that's why when we started to discuss this a couple of days ago, and I started to yesterday morning do the actual work. So I did the legwork to try to figure out how everything was, and I was shaking my head. uh, Forget about Brazil. If the United States converted all of the land that we use for corn ethanol, we could power the entire world with solar power. And I don't just mean electricity. We could convert every single power source on planet Earth to electricity and power it with just the area that we use for corn ethanol in the United States if we put solar panels in those areas. It is that horrific. But in the United States, it's about 12% of our transportation only fuel. Uh,
oh, the
if
corn
you,
ethanol.
yeah, if you would, it's okay. There's a lot involved because you do have to build panels, and then you have to build uh, power stations, and you have to transport the energy out with wires, either above ground, underground, however you're going to do it. There is a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built, but the infrastructure lasts decades, and you do it once and you maintain it a little, and that's it. So you have a huge initial cost. You also have a huge initial manpower cost. You're going to have to hire a lot of people to build all of the arrays, to build the panels, to build the infrastructure to service it. So in that respect, for solar power, uh, most of the cost is the labor component. So it's really not that bad for your economy because you're getting some of that back in productivity. But you do it once every 20 years and that's it. And you just let it go and you have a little bit of maintenance and a little bit of repair. And it's one and done. And it would be about 50 times as efficient in terms of the amount of energy, usable energy created for solar power compared to corn ethanol. So that's an astonishing number, 50 to 1. For sugar is much more efficient. And there's another argument to this, and I'll get to it in a few minutes. But sugar would be about 7 to 1. So that means for every hectare of sugar, you would get 7 hectares worth of power from solar. But then again, you have to turn that into tractile energy. You have to turn that from a fuel to spinning wheels. And you're losing for a diesel, you're losing 60%. For a gasoline powered car, you're losing 75%. So that 6 to 1, 7 to 1 is now 15 to 1 if it's a diesel, and it's 25 to 1 if it's a gasoline powered car. So I know that there's a lot of investment involved, and and a lot of people aren't going to like it because it's essentially uh, people don't like solar, they don't like wind, but it is so much more efficient, and so much better for the economy and ecology that it has to eventually be bio. Let's call them agrofuels instead of biofuels. Agrofuels has to end. It's a good temporary stopgap, but it has no economic or ecologic future.
Well, just before we let Harold speak, one thing I was thinking about is that, people are against often solar power because they say, well, we have to rely on the sun and the sun isn't always out. But then I was thinking about, relying on sugarcane and corn and soy. We rely on very good weather, a very good climate, no droughts, no floods for these crops. They're talking in Brazil that last few years they've had, or 2 years ago, they had like a golden crop. And that really helped the biofuel industry. But if we destroy the climate, biofuels is not a viable option because they won't be able to grow. What do you think about that, Monica?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. I spoke to a few friends yesterday. And on Sunday, they have mentioned that agriculture is already being affected in Brazil, and it's coming slowly. Okay, they used to go and buy fruit and veg, and now they can't find it. Enough fruit and veg because of the extreme weather events. So it's already impacting, even though they are quiet about it, but it's already impacting agriculture. And then something else I'd like to add to finalize it all. Biofuels, like I said, Brazil is governed by ruralistas, okay, the rural caucus. So who's going to benefit from biofuel production? So do you understand where it comes from? So this is it. It's the big landowners. So they will do everything they can so they can continue to benefit, to profit, no matter what. So this is it. It's all part of it. It's all profit and nothing else.
Thank you for that, Monica. Harold, hello. How are you today?
Oh, great. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
Awesome. Well, I wanted to thank Monica for bringing me up to speed on what's going on in Brazil as far as all that information. Um, and biofuels is something um, that I started looking at almost, well, over 25 years ago. And one of the things I had at my profession, I ran complex simulations, and sometimes on supercomputers and sometimes on my workstation. So I would simulate an entire factory, all its bits and pieces, and quite the thing. The software cost $1 million a year to license, so it's it runs on math. It's a physics engine, and it's still they're still in business today. Um, I'm not going to name them, but so I adapted some of my because I'm a green designer nut, like nerd. I would go in on weekends and I'd be working on other things, and I'd start my own pet projects of simulations. And I simulated biofuels and solar and distributed generation models. And you know the entire premise of a simulation is to look at the entire system, right? And to build basically what Saul was talking about, figuring out like what are the percentages, what's the efficiency, what are the what are all the parameters that you're going to look at: transportation, pollution, water consumption, material consumption for infrastructure. So when you start modeling all these out into a simulation, you start to quickly realize that you know green energy is the smart way to go, and the distributed generation model is going to uh, replace the centralized generation model. And IBM has been working on this in Canada for quite some time, since 2012. I know some of those people working on that project. So, you know, if we generate the electricity and energy where we are, we eliminate the transportation uh, capital equipment. So, you know, if you look at the oil and gas right now, almost, I think it's almost 40% transportation. So there's just all these layers of I call it stupidity in biofuels, and I think you guys broke it down really well. And you know, one of the things that you know I often look at is like, okay, we could talk about biofuels and we can identify all its weaknesses and stuff, but what could we be doing instead with all of these resources? If we look at the land, you talked about the square kilometers per car, but also the water. You know, water is going to become very critical, and we need to keep it clean, and we need, you know, to keep it clean in conjunction with indigenous water keepers, water protectors, and you know, we're literally taking food out of the mouths of people or animals to feed these internal combustion engines, and those things are on their way out. So all of this investment right now is throwing money away, the way I look at it, instead of what could we be doing, right? And one of the challenges of the distributed generation is this idea of people thinking it's just solar and wind, where they're talking about um, deep geothermal technology, and that's actually, if you look at my name, Deep Green Design, I was thinking about this in 1995 and modeling this out. And basically, we can um, take the current infrastructure. So if you look at like a coal plant or a nuclear power plant, it's already built up to the grid infrastructure. So if we replace these nodes of central generation around cities and manufacturing, we can turn that green, right? Um, and but really, having the solar panels on your home, generating charging your car at home is really, make it where you need it is the way to go. And this is a beautiful thing about green energy is we can start where we are and build out. Now, there are a few risks with solar panels like storms and extreme weather. We need to design these solar farms better. And I know a lot of people think they last 20 to 25 years, but you can actually run these panels, I believe,
Oh,
I think for 50, maybe 50 years at a reduced efficiency. And
yeah, yeah.
the reduced,
25 is for yeah. I'm sorry. 25 is essentially like at 87% or 90%.
yeah.
And the decline is gradual. So yeah, the next 25 years, you're gonna lose another 10%. But yeah,
Yeah, I
they
think
could do 50.
it plateaus at a certain level, but you still have the solar panel that may produce 60% of its original rating. But this can still be used. These can be donated or they can be recycled. And right now, there's over 150 companies around the world that can recycle these panels into new panels. And the cool thing about the panels, and my mathematics all worked out. I said in 2005, the cost of solar in 2025 would be 1/10 the cost. It is, and those numbers are on target. That's one of my specialties in technology is understanding the cost of technology and how to innovate it. So if we look another 10 years into the future or another 15 years into the future, the cost of solar could drop another 5 to 10 times the cost. And this is just, there's no way any of this fossil fuels or nuclear can compete with this acceleration in that technology. And another thing is, once you lose all this parasitic load, okay, of transmission and substations and the wires, and we have to maintain all that stuff. And we can return all that to the land, right? And we can recycle all that metal into things we need. So really what we're doing around the world is reducing the amount of resources we use to generate uh, the electricity we need. And this, I think, Saul, you could see like, maybe a magnitude of 5 or something less. You know what I mean? Like,
If you can do baseload geothermal, you can probably get rid of 90% of the world's high tension wires.
yeah. And I think this is, people, and the reason I don't have confidence in COP is because it's been appropriated by corporations that are still pushing these old ideas. And early on in COP, I was optimistic, but I knew what was going to happen. I knew that they were going to go in there and essentially eliminate the bold ideas that would have delivered success by now. And now we're still stuck with nuclear. We're still stuck with oil and gas. So, this is, we're going to have to do it on our own, I feel, you know what I mean? City by city, area by area, and just grow
I
from
think
there.
that's gonna be, I think, how it has to be. It has to be
Yeah.
localized and it has to be decentralized.
Now that
Let's go to
deep
Jim and
geothermal,
I'm sorry.
yeah, I'll finish this up,
Sure, go
is
ahead.
that if we look at deep geothermal, we can design it such that it's resilient to extreme weather versus, and these are real concerns. Like in Ukraine, the Russians are actually shooting at a nuclear power plant and shooting transmission lines. Like, and in the States, we have people driving around shooting solar panels and shooting substations with their guns for no better reason. And, the security and resilience of deep geothermal, and heaven forbid we get hit by an asteroid or
Yeah,
a comet, it will keep working. And, so we need to plan for something that's going to serve everyone. And again, nice and cheap. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
reminds me of the joke about the meteor crater visitor center. How amazingly lucky they were that it missed it. Sorry, that's a very inside joke, but
No, that was funny.
Jim, then Monica. But I want to Jim, then I want to interrupt, then Monica.
Yeah, I just a couple of comments on the corn ethanol. I think all the facts and figures and efficiency numbers are important, but in terms of messaging, um, I I think it would be useful to pose the question: does it make sense to be burning um, uh, bourbon whiskey in our cars? And I think that most people that are not experts or engineers or scientists would probably have a gut feeling that it does not make sense to burn bourbon whiskey in your car. Admittedly, corn ethanol is, for producing gasohol, is not.
Yeah, put that in an oak barrel.
It's not aged in an oak barrel, so but so you know, uh, but anyways, that's my suggestion for how to talk about it, with the public, and on the I guess Harold's comments on deep geo.
Well, excuse
Yeah.
me, Jim. Sorry. This is one thing I was wondering about. I've been reading that with corn ethanol, you can have the ethanol that you do you ferment it or do you process it for? No, it's not. Diesel's the one you process, but ethanol is the one you ferment, right?
Yes.
Is that
Yeah,
correct?
you ferment it and distill it.
Okay, so but is there like a food byproduct?
Yes.
Like, so can we break down, what exactly happens to the corn plant in terms of like, because I know in Monica's article she was mentioning that it seems like at these refineries for corn ethanol in Brazil, they also have, I guess, a side business where cattle ranchers could bring their cattle
Yes.
there. They could, yes. Can you explain that a bit more, Monica? Sorry to get off topic a bit, but
I
it was a question I wanted to
No,
ask.
I'm not an expert on this, but alongside, usually what happens is alongside refineries, they have a service that the same company that does the, that produces the biofuels, they have a fattening service for cattle. So they, so they partner with ranchers, with cattle farmers, okay, and then they use their facilities for feeding the cattle, okay, with a byproduct, obviously, from corn. So this is it's called DDG. I think it's dry distilleries grain, DDG. So this is what they're doing now in Brazil.
It's also known as silage. Monica, you had your hand up on something else. You want to continue with that?
Yes, yes, I was gosh, I can't what was I going to mention? Oh yes. Sorry. Harold mentioned about cops, and I completely agree with him. And then I wanted to mention that a mining company is highly involved in the organization of is Brazil's biggest mining company of COP30. And then they had the audacity, which I find it quite absurd, they're collaborating with an NGO that the same NGO that I mentioned in one of my articles when we did the expose of NGOs in Brazil influencing BR319. So they partnered with them and they started offering training courses for journalists on the Amazon, on the bioeconomy, and on COP. So you can see how much conflict of interest there is when a mining company is involved in a COP and they are training the journalists on on COPs and bioeconomy and the Amazon. So you can see what's going to happen after that.
But before I get to Harold, I wanted to mention I just looked up the information on this about 10 minutes ago, and it is kind of pleasant for a change. This is actually kind of good news. Roughly 22% of current Brazilian electricity is solar. And in the last 4 years, they have essentially quadrupled the amount of solar capacity. So they went from about
Yes.
5% to 22% now. So there's good news here.
Yes, there's always
Uh,
good news, Hal, but the bad news of, over compensating, if you know what I mean.
I think what's going to happen is that solar is going to continue to grow, and eventually it's going to just take over.
But
I
may I
don't know how
say
many people
something?
here. Oh, sure, please, always
I'm
feel free.
so sorry. May I say something? I think we have, I know all this is going on and there's positivity. Obviously, we need positivity and positive news. But one thing I always say is that without the Amazon, we're not going to be here. So, whatever is happening in the region, we must open our eyes to it, and we must protect it no matter what. So we need to pay attention to what's happening there. It's really, really, really important because then we will have no solar panels, no wind, no nothing, no geothermal if the Amazon is not protected.
The lungs of the earth.
Absolutely.
The expression is that the Amazon is the lungs of the earth. So I'm just pushing that forward. Uh, there's another little thing I wanted to discuss. Historically, there has been a very long connection, very long-term connection between Brazil and Volkswagen Group. Uh, they've had manufacturing plants for years. As a car enthusiast, it's always fun to watch how many unique to Brazil models were manufactured by uh, VW of Brazil just for the Brazilian market. And VW is creeping up on Tesla in terms of global production on EVs. They're now number two, essentially, unless you want to talk about the Chinese company, BYD. So
Yes,
I wouldn't be surprised in the next few years, Volkswagen surpasses Tesla. And it would be the ideal return to partnership of the Volkswagen. And they are building right now, but I don't know if they're building any EVs in Brazil. I know they're still building
they
ICEs there.
yes, BYD is, and BYD is actually, to my surprise, they a few months ago they had mentioned that they would do, cars. They would start building cars. I don't know whether they've done it, but build cars on on alcohol, basically on ethanol. So I don't know what they're doing about it, but they had mentioned that.
Well, sorry to cut in again, but that brings up another question I have. For the engines that they have in these cars, that they can take both the biofuel and the regular fossil fuels, is it like a special engine, or are there actually like two engines in the
It's
car?
a
One.
special, yeah. I think it's a special engine, yes, for
Uh,
alcohol. Yes, is it
uh, General Motors has had cars that were able to run a
both?
blend of 15 to 85%.
Yeah,
So you could literally put anything in from, and if you can do 15%, you could do 0%. It's just not as the computer will analyze the output of the exhaust, and it'll say, okay, I'm running 42% of ethanol, so I know how to adjust for that. So the
yeah.
cars can handle that.
Yes, I don't. I had an alcohol a car in the past a long time ago, and it was 100% alcohol. But I really don't know how the engines work today. I'm really sorry.
Yeah. The
I do.
internal management system. Go ahead, please take over. Save my ass.
Save
Yeah,
us, please,
I,
Harold.
I, yeah, I've actually designed the factories for this, for these products. But yeah, basically it's like biodiesel, so you'd run it in a diesel engine. But yeah, all engines can run on a percentage of biodiesel. And the thing to remember is that these internal combustion engines, just the cost versus having a simple electric motor, there's just no comparison on the energy consumption is just too much to sustain
Excuse
these.
me, Harold. When you say all engines can run on biodiesel, can all engines run
No,
on
no, 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 no. A
bioethanol?
diesel. No, no. There's diesel engines and then there's
Yes.
gasoline engines.
Okay,
Okay,
so all diesel engines can run on biodiesel,
correct.
and
So,
it
but
could be
all
any
gasoline
percentage.
engines, but gasoline engines can run on the 15%.
Okay, so when Brazil says they're upping the amount of ethanol in their fuel, does this require like a retrofit of the engines, or are they already compatible for the ones that are for bioethanol?
I'd have to see because some engines are easy. It wouldn't be that difficult to up the percentage, but you're not going to have as good a performance, and it's going to be a dirtier combustion in the gasoline uh, based ice. But again, like most manufacturers are getting rid of internal combustion engines in the next 5 to 10 years. They're just not going to make them because it's too expensive. They save money when they don't make those things for their cars. They want to make more money. And I predicted the end of the internal combustion engine in 2005. And I said by 2030, the major manufacturers would be getting rid of it. And the reason I know that is because I've worked on these things, and it's just like it's a waste of money. And also, one of the main drivers of biodiesel is subsidies and farm subsidies in the States, right? Like if there was no subsidies for corn, if there was no subsidies for biodiesel, would simply not be economically feasible. So this can't even stand on its own 2 feet in the free market, right? And this is what's frustrating is that these companies will get free government grants to do all this business. But if you dig a little deeper, and hang on with me here, um, is that the equipment suppliers, okay, for farming, the equipment suppliers for the beef industry, the abattoirs, like this entire infrastructure, they need to maintain this market to maintain their business model. And a great example of this is Tyson Chicken. And there's a company in Italy that makes all of the chicken supplies for around the world. And it's really a scam because if you get a quota to grow chickens for Tyson, you got to buy this equipment, and it usually puts the farmers in debt, and they won't be able to even make money. And they have these farms all over the world. And I read a book on this. It's really quite interesting. But it's these, you have to dig deeper to see who's maintaining these markets and why they're maintaining them. And a lot of the time, you just see companies that don't want to change because they don't have anything else better to do. And what's
Uh,
frustrating is they could be investing in the technology of tomorrow, but they won't change.
Is
I
the
I do know
problem?
quite a bit about this. I have spent quite a bit of time in the Delmarva Peninsula in the United States. If you look at a map of the United States, the Delmarva Peninsula, it's the handle that attaches to Washington, D.C., essentially. It's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. Uh, it's all Tyson Company. I mean, literal country, literally that entire part of the United States is Tyson Chicken. And yes, it is amazing how these people are indentured servitudes, servants. They they're buying the chickens from Tyson. They are fattening the chickens up. Then they deliver finished chickens to Tyson. These their entire lives are owned by this one company. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Was Jim next on the queue?
Yeah, back to the subject of biofuels. Um, there's there's one type of biofuel, and it's biomethane, which I think has some pluses and some minuses. But um, the probably the world leader in producing biomethane is Italy, and and they called their approach biogas done right, BDR. But and I've read pretty much in depth about what they've been doing, and and for the most part, it's quite positive, and basically, biomethane, you use anaerobic digesters, and the microbes just produce they feed on any kind of organic material, waste, whatever, and produce methane, and and it's it's environmentally appropriate because it's you're you can burn it to produce electricity, and it releases CO2, but it's CO2 that a year or two ago was pulled out of the atmosphere by the plants, and uh, but so you can basically put manure, or uh, waste scraps from industrial production of food, and whatnot into the anaerobic digesters, and and uh, and recover the methane, and run it in an engine, and produce electricity. And I think, as I recall, Italy is producing 4% of its electricity uh, from biomethane. So that's pretty good. For 4% is pretty good. Um, but the one caveat is that, at least in some of their operations, they're they're using energy crops. In other words, they're feeding in some grains, corn, and which are, just like distilling to produce corn ethanol, i- the anaerobic digestion of corn grains, are facilitated by the energy richness of those grains. So that's the downside, is that um, some of the operations are kind of cheating and uh, and using food to produce energy, which that
It's counterproductive.
yeah, I'm dead set against that. But for what could be, waste, everything from manure to industrial production of food, you're really getting something for nothing. And uh, after the digestion has gone to completion, you're left with what's called digestate, or sludge, and that is excellent fertilizer. I believe it's got all the nitrogen. You know, the the nitrogen doesn't come off as during the anaerobic digestion process, and I did talk with an expert in this at Cornell Agricultural School, and she gave me a whole lot of technical papers that were discussing, this digestate sludge as fertilizer was having an improvement in nitrous oxide emissions, versus manure in the field, and blah blah blah. Anyways, I think any discussion of biofuels should consider that option, because it does have some pluses and minuses. Thanks.
Excuse me, Jim. That's interesting. I was reading about the different I guess levels of biofuels. There being the first generation, which is like the food crops, and then the second generation, of which a waste is a part of. And it seems like the higher up you go, I guess the more sustainable it is. Would you agree with that assessment or comment on it, please? Jim, or not, or anyone?
I'm sorry. I had my mic off, and I apologize. I had to turn away for a minute, and could you quickly restate your question?
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, sure. Sorry about that. No, I was just saying that I was reading about how there's like first generation biofuels, like based on the food crops, and then there's second generation, which is more on, like, let's say energy crops, although I don't know much about this, like taking it from wood or grasses. And then there's the idea to take it from waste, which is, I think, what you were explaining to us. And it seems like, and then there's even like more advanced, like microalgae that people are using or experimenting with biofuels. And
I'm
do you
literally
think?
shaking my head when you start talking about algae. Like,
Oh,
no,
really?
it is not working. We have put billions into that, and it is really not working.
I think it. I read that it takes up a lot of space as well. Um, but no, I was just wondering because they were saying that the further up you go in terms of the level, the more sustainable it is. The fewer, the less land that's being used, and that type of thing. Would you agree with that, Jim, and
I
anyone
Yeah,
else who wants to comment
I'm
on that?
not qualified to comment on that. I'd have to learn a lot more about it.
I've just watched the projects going on for the last 20 years on algae, and everybody was saying how it's literally uh, the superfood of the future in terms of its energy production and its ability to replace uh, petrochemicals for plastics, and it just hasn't worked out. It's always a lot more complicated to grow something in the real world than it is to grow it in a vat. Who's the next on the queue?
Well, I'd say Monica, since she's our special guest,
Yes.
and then Harold. Thank you.
Hi, I'm going to have to leave now, but before I go, I just wanted to say that remind people Brazil is one of the top exporters of crops, food, mining, meat, name it. Still, a lot of people in Brazil, millions, live under food security. It used to be 33 million. I've heard that the number has gone down, but it's still quite significant. So, producing biofuels for the sake of it, increasing crop production for energy is only going to make the situation worse. So we don't want to see that. So there's a lot of implications into that direction if they take that direction and if they move forward with their plans. So COP30 will be key, and it will be discussing this heavily and pushing for a bioeconomy to go ahead no matter what. So this is all I wanted to say, and I wanted to thank Kim and Sal for hosting this space and for inviting me to talk. And I'm sorry I couldn't answer everything. We don't know everything, and sometimes we even are wrong about the things we say, and then we have to say, oh my gosh, I was wrong. So we have to be humble like that. And this is the way it is. But thank you, thanks everyone. Thank you. It was lovely to hear from you, Harold and Jim. And I will be back soon if I'm invited. Okay.
You're always invited.
Thank you.
We might not have you as a featured speaker all the time, but you're always
No, no,
invited.
no. Okay, thank you so much, guys. And if I can't participate, it's because I'm really, really, really busy. Okay.
Understood.
We understand. Thank you so much for coming, Monica. We enjoyed talking.
Thank you. Take care, everyone. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Yeah. To recap some of the things that energy that a square kilometer of uh, of corn ethanol delivers is about one hundredth of the amount of energy that you could get using solar power to then put it into an EV. So you could drive an EV or a fleet of EVs 100 times further per square kilometer than if you use solar panels than if you use corn ethanol. Although you can also use some of that corn ethanol to feed cows. So you can transport those cows all over the spot, and give them some nice view. If you use sugar ethanol, it isn't 100 to 1. It's about 15 to 1. So for every square kilometer or hectare, whatever you want to call it, that you use for corn ethanol, you would be able to drive 15 times as far if you were to use solar power. So there are better methods of we kind of went at loggerheads as to what the precise term is. Even though the technical term is biofuel, I think I prefer agrofuel because it's really, it's grown. It's not, it's intentionally grown. To me, bio anything is you go out into the woods and you hunt it down or you pick it, as opposed to this is something that's they're not we are not hunter gatherers of biofuel. It's agriculture. We don't have gigantic fishing nets out in the ocean gathering up krill for biofuel. It's something that we grow. So the efficiencies are so terrible in response to the actual capabilities that we have with solar or wind or geothermal or even, heaven forbid, hydroelectric. That uh, it, I do understand the economics in some parts of the world behind having biofuels, agri-fuels, simply because I don't have to pay for cattle. I don't have to pay for chickens. The amount of labor is so much less if you're just going to grow sugarcane. You're just going to grow it and then you're going to harvest it, and you're going to, every couple of days, you're going to spread it with whatever. She was even saying that they were using Agent Orange, whatever disaster chemicals you want to use on it. And then you harvest it. And I'm assuming, I don't know what the sugar cycle is in. Are they able to grow that year round? Is there enough? I probably is. They probably can do a year round growth of it, but still, it is nowhere near as efficient as solar power. And in the long run, that's got to be the way to go. Harold, please be my guest.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I wrote about biomethane about 10 years ago, and I actually had a friend who was involved with actually applying this technology, and I got a lot of time, personal time, to discuss this because, as a designer, I love, a good story. And I think one of the hardest things to communicate to people is just because you have a technology that can do something doesn't mean it can be applied to a global market. And many times these ideas have niche applications that can be a benefit. But when we try to expand this into, heating homes with biomethane or powering cars with biomethane, we're just back at the same spot, right? So, um, you know, biomethane is for cities is an opportunity in a closed system to generate electricity at water treatment facilities. So this is something that waste treatment is critical because we can't put water back into our lakes and rivers. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there that we don't want in there. There's pharmaceutical drugs. There's microplastic. There's a whole bunch of nasty stuff that we shouldn't be discharging into lakes and rivers. So if we look at biomethane as a resource, what we can do is apply technology in order to reduce the energy footprint of water treatment. So this project basically got the methane, captured it from the water treatment process, and then it was treated, and then that methane was used to power that site, right? And any extra methane that they did have, they would put it back into the natural gas grid. But this is the thing, is, a lot of these kind of applications for this great idea, um, there's not a profit model associated with this. So really, when you propose these kind of projects, the people that sell the energy are like, hey, wait a minute, I'm selling energy to the waste treatment. Now you're taking that energy contract away from me. That's not going to happen. And this is the reality: is a lot of these great ideas get sidebarred because it basically puts someone out of business, right? But it really is one of these things. If we can leverage biomethane in cities, it would be an advantage. Number one, the city wouldn't have to pay for the electricity. But what Jim was talking about, like waste food or grass clippings or leaves and refuse, um, that can be collected around the city. A lot of grocery stores have waste food. Instead of putting it into a landfill, this would go to the water treatment facility and help add to that bioreactor to create more biomethane. And what you could do with that again is power city vehicles, or what's even smarter.
Um, I was going to add, if you come back, no problem. New York City now has, we have recycling for biomaterial. The rules are relatively simple. You cannot throw meat in there. Meat is disastrous. You really can't compost meat. But we do bioreacting now in New York City. And it's only a matter of time that as you get people used to it, instead of throwing it in literally the garbage, you throw it in a separate garbage. It gets picked up, delivered. You back it?
Burning it.
Excuse me, Harold, you went out for like a minute there, so we didn't catch what you said for probably about a minute. Sorry about that.
Well, Saul was just speaking. Did you hear him?
Yeah, he was just kind of filling in because we couldn't hear you. But yeah, if you could continue on,
Oh, okay.
that would be
Oh,
wonderful.
okay. Yeah, I was just saying in each city, we can use wastewater treatment and plus green waste, right? Food, grass clippings, anything organic to offset, the operational cost of the city waste treatment. But really, what it does is it eliminates the pollution footprint because it's in a closed system. What you actually do is instead of releasing all of that methane into the atmosphere, right, it's just a fuel cell. So if you can burn this in not sorry, that's the wrong term. Um, in a fuel cell, you get 80% efficiency versus about 25% efficiency in an engine. So what that means is you're actually getting way more electricity out of that. So instead of burning things, we use fuel cells and then feed that energy back into the grid. But again, when you talk about generating electricity for the city, the people that sell the power, they don't like competition. They don't like, this is the harsh reality of the free market economy, right? And that's where a lot of these opportunities to capture energy efficiently and reduce pollution, we're missing these. And if you look at the discharge of water into rivers and lakes, there's chemical pollutants, there's pharmaceutical pollutants that we need to eliminate. And if we rethink the way that we treat our water and our drinking water, um, I think that we can really have almost a zero impact on the environment, the fish and the rivers and all that stuff, because what's going around. Um, and I just also saw talk about algae in Ottawa that does that. But there's also another idea of garbage, and it can be a closed system. And what that allows us to do is to burn plasma, and it allows us to extract uh, heavy metals and pollutants and metal and cycle those. So instead of, you can almost think of it as harvesting our landfills
Okay,
and bring that in generating electricity, but really the intent is to get rid of the pollution.
I can definitely understand how that would have instead of just being used purely for fuel, being used as a toxic metal chelation system to remove mercury, cadmium, lead. That's about the three big guys. Uh, but New York City does have now curbside composting, so it's a start. and we're going to have
Welcome to the
bioreactors.
21st century.
New York City is,
Welcome to the 21st
yeah,
century.
it's 9 million people. It's not exactly tiny, but it's going to happen.
We had it in Toronto, like in the late 1990s. We had a green box system.
Well,
or green bin.
The problem with New York isn't so much it's where the hell are we going to put the stuff? For about 50 years, we had a gigantic landfill in Queens, and we had a gigantic landfill in Staten Island, and eventually we topped off. And then after that, we started shipping it to China and other parts in the Pacific Rim, and they're pretty much now saying thanks, but no thanks. There was a time that New York City was the container ship capital of the world with exports. That New York was the shipping capital of not just the import shipping, but export shipping. And now pretty much the only thing New York exports is paper waste for recycling. We used to be a manufacturing hub. That doesn't happen anymore. Especially clothing manufacturing. New York City was one of the leading clothing manufacturers on the planet. So where are we going?
Let me add, Sal, that
Please.
sugarcane is grown. Hi everyone. Sorry I'm late. Work as usual. Sugarcane is grown year-round in tropical and subtropical regions around the world. So it's Brazil is definitely is year-round. Yeah. Anywhere near that's a little bit near the equator can get away with it. So it's a fantastically useful crop, definitely.
We don't have sugar growing in this area, but we have sorghum, which is a distant relative of sugarcane. And one of my birder friends, so we were in the middle of a birding trip. There were like 3 of us. So he walks over to the sorghum plant and he cracks it open and he starts peeling it. And he says, "Here, suck on this." And I'm like, "What?" He says, "It's sugar." And I'm like, "Okay, fine, let's go for it." And oh yeah, it's sugar. It was really quite tasty. So
Excellent. Yeah.
So the things you learn when your birder friends also have a long history in biology and agriculture.
Yeah, holistic, quite holistic.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was about to say that. Yeah, this is part of the deal. Is that people who are interested in ecology and in biology, they tend to branch out into lots of different avenues and spheres. So
I mean, Brazil, it is mega diverse. It's so important, and I just think about. I didn't realize that it was the #1 producer of sugar in the world. In Toronto, one of our landmark buildings, industrial buildings, is the Redpath Sugar processing facility right on Lake Ontario basically at the, I guess you could say, at the bottom of downtown Toronto, because it's right by the lake. And as a child, going to Toronto back and forth and driving on one of our main freeways there, you would always see it. And you would see the boats coming in and big cargo ships full of like raw sugar cane. I believe they all came from Cuba. I don't think they were from Brazil, but I'm just, having thoughts about how the global economy is so connected and wrapped up in Brazil, and having the Amazon rainforest there, and how that's responsible for the rain and the weather around the world. And I don't think biofuels are the answer in terms of having a climate strategy that's compatible with mitigating climate change. But you can definitely see, if you look into the history of Brazil, how when the 1970s hit, and that's when they started to produce and experiment with biofuels, mainly based on the sugarcane that they already had available there, and how those sugarcane crops were able to, I guess, like supplement their own oil production. So they were relatively energy independent when the oil crisis hit in the 1970s. And you could see how now they're still kind of reaching back and saying, we want to continue to be a world leader in energy production through biofuels.
Well, look, landowners want to maximize the amount of profit they get per hectare. So they're going to keep on going from one to another for whatever grows the fastest, richest, and the most easily exploited. It's just, this is capitalism. They're the people who own these gigantic tracts of land, Monty Python joke, they want these these huge tracts of land to produce the most money that they can for each hectare. Harold.
Yeah, but if they
Oh, no, please finish then.
No, I was just going to say that if we keep on taking from the land and degrading the land, these crops that they are relying on for profit, they'll basically be doing a negative effect on their profits. And I think they said last year in the Mato Grosso, which Monica was talking about, which is like a region in the Amazon, they produced 4.6 million tons of cereal, which is 10% of the corn, and that just went to ethanol. And that in the last decade, the grain and rice crops in that region went down by 10% for food. So it's definitely competing with the production of food for people and also for the land use.
Is that a reduction in yield or a reduction in hectares planted?
I think that was actually planting, not the yield.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
If you look at a map of the world where they have the biggest regions, Brazil is absolutely the biggest one. India is pretty big too. But what's striking, and China actually, what's striking is Africa. It has no sugar. I mean, obviously, this is sugar cane, not sugar beet. So obviously, Russia, anywhere in the north, further north doesn't have much going on. But Africa, I mean, I'd have thought Africa would be the kind of monetizing crop that they could use, they could grow, and they would grow it really well too. And they would probably follow a much better, what do you call it? Much more organic and much more holistic, healthy system of growing sugarcane. It has nothing at all. But then they have another massive rainforest like Brazil, and wouldn't it be sad to see that trashed for sugarcane or for petrol or whatever, or for ethanol? I think, yeah, it's a shame. Don't get Monbiot started on this, by the way. Oh my God, you have kittens about it,
I know that
he's against it.
Yeah. In the area, literally, draw a line between where Kim is and where I am, and that's the beef capital of North America. New York State, a little bit of Pennsylvania, but Ontario and Quebec. You would not believe how inexpensive red beets are so inexpensive in this part of the world, unless you go to a supermarket. It's frightening. It's literally like free. 29 cents a pound, I've seen, 25 cents a pound. And yeah, you can
I'm
get.
still eating them. I'm eating them all winter. I've got like 2 bags in my refrigerator that I've got to boil up. But I get, and it's also something that you can store really well.
Oh yeah, they're an extraordinary crop, and in a little further north, not on the New York Canadian border, Plattsburgh. There's a place I go that sells 50 pounds. We never buy it. They sell it. We don't buy it. 50 pounds of beets for $19. I just can't eat that eat that quickly. And I do like beets. They're a fantastic food. Uh, I, okay. Do you want to? You know what? Let's skip Harold briefly because he's been up so many times. Puppy, how you doing?
Hey,
And then Harold.
hi. Great to be here. I'm really great to be here. I'm listening and doing what I used to think was the seemingly endless process of going through the house where I raised my family. And I seem to curate every scrap, every pencil without an eraser as if it was a sacred object. But I'm getting over that. And I've decided today well, I'm really lately really working on um, being present and being in my body and breathing while we still have air and eating. And anyway, I I'm just so grateful. I've been learning a lot and I'll have to hear a bunch of it again, but that's fine. But I hold in my hand a recipe for BEET Wellingtons. But you know what? It takes golden beets, beet greens. Heck, it looks good. And I pulled it to make for my son-in-law who's a vegan and the most non-proselytizing vegan whose decision is based on everything you're talking about that I've met. So I owe him a big apology, and now I understand why he and nobody else wants to listen to me about SARS-CoV-2. What a bummer! So I came up because the bird flu would like a word. You're talking about food supply, and as the pandemicine is part of the Anthropocene or whatever you call it. It's all connected. And so I'm just wanted to put a little hitch in your giddy up by bringing up bird flu. Hi and thanks. And I'm going to keep just sorting because I'm making progress. And it's so nice to make progress. I think we have to, that's a lot, isn't it, to think about, worry about. So for me, I'm just really working on taking care of the one being that I guess I have agency over, which happens to be me. It doesn't mean I'm not going to do other stuff, but I think that I'm just slowing down and it's really interesting because I was part of the first recycling club and our state was the first to pass a bottle bill, which had a lot to do with a unique partnership reaching across the aisle. It turns out who gives a what your political affiliation is. We all share a planet. But anyway, so I can remember standing on a dock with my friends, and so now I'm dating myself. And I remember and so I mean, sometimes progress gets made. I'm a little worried about this topic though, and I just appreciate all of you being so devoted. I hope to get more involved as a member of the club. I'm recovering from a closed head injury, and I mean, talk about what is it, cobbler's children going barefoot. I mean, I represented injured workers. I know lots about traumatic brain injury. I've litigated it, but there's this phenomenon of people thinking that shit doesn't apply to them. And I forget what that is. And also, I forgive myself for everything. So everything is a learning experience. And so my PT pointed out to me when, you know, you are. I'm like, that's why it's been hard to think and get organized. And so I was laying around resting a lot and being in spaces and enjoying it and learning, but it turns out that was cognitive work too. So I'm pacing myself. I'll be quiet now, but I'll tell you the sun, I'm standing, there's some very dirty windows, but the sun is shining through the windows here and I've already got some blooming daffodils and the Daphne Adora is blooming. So I'm going to be puttering and preparing to get whip my greenhouse back into shape, which I wasn't using much during my years toiling in the law. So hi everyone, and I will shut up.
those those of us here on the East Coast of North America don't want to hear about your son. or your son-in-law. No,
I'm
we
sorry,
don't want
I
to hear
wasn't
about this.
trying
We
to
don't want to hear
gloat.
about this. Uh, I I was shocked. I posted a tweet about 6:40 this morning, 6:40 Eastern time this morning, of the Sawmill River, because I wasn't expecting this. Here I am walking, and I was like, "Oh, we had a little bit of rain last night, and we had the most flooding that we've had in the last 14 months." A complete shock. Had no clue that it was this bad. and it wasn't forecast to be this bad. And I guess that's the thing we need to. Oh God, I want to talk about Noah. That's what we have
Did
to
you
watch out
also
for.
have melting snow?
Oh no,
Did you also have melting snow?
that
Because
was the
we had
last
the
few weeks.
rain plus the melting snow.
I have been told by my spies in that it's a serious problem right now in the Bangor and Down East area, that they have a great deal of snow melt and rain combined, and they're getting localized flooding. It's not as bad as they've had in the past, but yeah, that area has had some horrible damage in the last 20 years to flash floods. And Vermont has had it, and New Hampshire has had it, and oh God, upstate New York has. Uh, this atmosphere is more water in it, and the more water is dropping out of that atmosphere, and therefore it is creating more flash flooding. Uh, Harold, sorry we
Oh,
interrupted
sorry.
you,
Oh,
but
Harold's next. Sorry.
go ahead.
I'm going to drop
Yeah.
down. I wanted to say I've got a couple of arroyos in my backyard because I'm on a slant, and the neighbors uphill you put barriers in to prevent water entering their property where they used to have berms and all that. So I am engineering solutions to redirect and use the water and all of that because there was a creek underneath where they put this house in 1949, and I have to admit I was thinking how much of this is amok. Like, is there a way to like do a percentage? Like, because I was pissed at the neighbors and grumbling, but then I was like, oh, amok probably is part because just the volume of rain when it seems more. But anyway, when it kind of floods. But anyway, thanks.
I don't know about the regionality. That's something we'll have to look at. Sorry, please, Harold. Thanks for your
Thank you,
patience.
puppy.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I wouldn't want to finish this this space without talking about how evil Canada is in Brazil, and you know, a lot of Canadian mining is in Brazil and around the world. So, Canadian mining is one of the leading violators of Indigenous rights, and I just wanted to make that clear. And also, a Canadian icon, Tim Hortons, is owned by an investment firm in Brazil through
Wendy's,
a
right?
shell company in America. Um, so a lot of this, and they obviously Brazil grows lots of coffee. It kind of, as far as it's a good business choice, but if we look at how this business is run in Canada, they don't pay very well. They use temporary foreign workers, which is not sustainable, and in some facts is not highly regarded as far as human rights and fairness of treating workers. So Tim Hortons exploits some of these people. So I just wanted to mention that, and it's frustrating to see, companies like this, and especially that investment company. They were involved in that breach of the dam in Brazil, and they're also responsible for a lot of these meat and deforestation projects. And really, I hope one day, we'll get, we can revert a lot of these lands back to nature and let nature take its course and let nature heal it because it's worth a lot more. If you think of, you know, growing meat or whatever in Brazil to make some unhealthy sandwich in Canada made by workers that aren't being treated, fairly. It's just sad all the way around. So it really goes against all of the principles of local, think local, and that idea of taking care of where you are. So yeah, Canada is really bad, a really bad player. in this. And I think, you know, these corporations need to be, we need to, I don't know how we're going to fix that, but it's something that has to stop. Thank you.
Harold, thank you for that. I will just say, as an aside, I haven't been to Tim Hortons in 5 years. It wasn't a political decision at the start of it. It's becoming one. But I stopped going there when the pandemic hit, and I haven't been back, and I haven't missed it. So I haven't been to any fast food restaurant actually, and I'm much healthier because of that. But one thing you bring up, which is related to this, which is I think is this what they call exported deforestation. Even though we can protect our forests in the countries we're in, although we don't, are we living a lifestyle? Are we consuming in such a way that it's causing the deforestation of other places? And I know in Europe they do have some legislation, which I think Monica did touch on about. They have laws that they want you to guarantee, and there's a whole licensing and many regulations involved in it, that you guarantee that the soybean is sustainable and it is not contributing to the deforestation of Brazil. So I think that's something we should look at for, I'm sure they're probably talking about it at the COPs, but looking at within Canada that we have laws that if we're importing products that come from or contribute to the deforestation of the Amazon rainforest, that we shouldn't be doing that. And that's one way, to bring about things, because these corporations care about their bottom line and their profits and things like that. So that's just a thought. Sal, that might be a future topic, because I think that's, it's really interesting about.
I was thinking about this morning and the Tim Hortons coffee that I drank, not out of Tim Hortons, but out of a 12-ounce coffee container. Of course, it was brewed. I didn't drink it straight out of the container. And now I'm like, oh
Shame.
God, I have to, we have to re-examine, because the things that we think of that are, we think we're doing the right thing. We think we're helping countries, and it turns out that we may not. Uh, oh God, is this becoming a Good Place episode? If anyone,
Yeah.
there was a series on NBC Paramount, not Paramount, NBC. Forgot the name of their affiliate, called The Good Place. And there's only one way to describe it. It's probably the only
Peacock.
uh, philo- Peacock. It is the only philosophy comedy that I think I've ever seen come from American television. And it was absolutely, totally brilliant beyond imagination. I do not want to spoil it if you have never seen The Good Place, and you definitely do not want to be spoiled, because there is so much to spoil in that show. But it does deal with the unexpected costs, moral costs to our actions, where we think we are doing the right thing, and we might not be doing the right thing, or the the moral karmic energy of some of the things that we think that are correct and proper may actually be very, very negative. And yeah, I guess the only thing we can do is to investigate in deeper aspects, how our actions affect others globally, locally, and in all ways. Things sometimes we think we're doing the right thing, we're not.
100%. And I think a lot of that has to do with national brand marketing. I think when people, or at least traditionally, have thought of Canada, they think of, nature, the wilderness, it's pristine, Canadians value it. And, if it's a Canadian product, it must be okay. But that's not the case, as Harold was bringing up.
There goes that greenwashing again.
Monica called it green sheen in her article. I like that. I haven't heard that before. Green sheen. Excellent.
As
It's an
opposed to
excellent
shine.
article. Yes.
Sorry, Shine is the Chinese company that sells
Oh,
dirt cheap stuff.
yes. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the number one textile or manufacturer in the world. Which they're,
I was
that's a whole that's a whole other issue, fast fashion and the type of conditions those people are working under is horrible.
I was going to do a quick. I was looking for because I was going to do a quick little about an hour ago anecdote. When I first came to Twitter, literally like my first day on Twitter, I noticed that there was a paper. Somebody was talking about renewable energy, and I was like, damn, I remember reading in 2019 an article in Scientific American on renewable energy. And that paper literally had it, the turnkey from start to finish. And then I look at the author of the tweet, and then I noticed that it was the author of that paper that I had read about 10 years earlier in Scientific American. So I immediately deleted the tweet before I sent it. So I wanted to see, the name of the article is "A Path to Sustainable Energy by 2030" by Mark Z. Jacobson. And there was a little uh, Timu thing on there. So I clicked on one of the things because one of the things on Timu looked exactly like something that I had designed in the past. A adjustable DC motor speed control with LED display. I mean, literally down to the heat sinks and the terminal block. And you really can't do 60 amps with that terminal block. But I'm just saying, it wouldn't pass. So I'm looking at this thing and I'm seeing that they're charging $10.14 for it. And I'm like, oh my God. I'd be happy to design that for you for $100 5 years ago. So obviously Chinese electronics is dirt cheap compared to the stuff that. But it is amazing the evolution and the how the Chinese electronics industry has taken over the world, and they're now putting out stuff because I'm looking at what they're displaying, and I would never use it as 60 amps because it's just like I said, the terminal block isn't rated for 60 amps. But if you were to use this for 20 amps, 30 amps, yeah, that's fantastic. And for $10.14, oh my God. And this is why the Chinese EV industry is going to just take over the world. And I know that they have a lot of state subsidies and they may not build the best quality cars per se, but I don't think they're any worse than what GM produces or Ford produces. And Tesla isn't exactly known for their quality control, so there's a lot of things we have to think about. Uh, who's the order now that I've interrupted everything? Was it Jim then Harold?
Okay, sorry, I have a confession to make. I accidentally clicked on soundboard on my phone, and now I can't see anything but the top four of us on the row, so I have no idea. I'm sorry, and I don't know how to get it down. Anybody knows? You're on your own cell.
Reboot. I think it's Jim then Harold. I may be wrong. Let's do it anyway. Jim.
Yeah. Back to the discussion of food, food versus energy, and there's kind of a third choice there in some cases, which is fiber, and we need good sources of fiber, and in the locale, roughly speaking, where I live, it's sugarcane country, and so you can use sugarcane for energy, or you could use it for food, if you want to call sugar food. But a third option is bamboo grows great here,
Yeah, I was wondering about
and
that. If you
and
were getting to bamboo.
I mean, I got you know bamboo growing wild within a block of where I live, and and so that I think it's a great question. Should this kind of country, instead of growing sugarcane, be growing bamboo and having a better source of fiber, for lots of stuff like TP, and as opposed to cutting down trees. And I'd vote for bamboos. um, but that's just another thing to keep in mind in all of these questions of food versus energy, and also fiber in the mix. Thanks.
I have been wearing bamboo underwear for like the last 10 years. Not the same pair. But the thing about bamboo is, just keep washing it. It lasts forever. It is amazing how many cycles you can go up through on that. And of course, it doesn't just have to be undergarments. There's a lot of things that we can, obviously a material that is as wear resistant as bamboo is fantastic for all sorts of applications. We do need to, I know, then the whole question is fashion. Uh, but for some things that, when nobody ain't seeing it, it's just an absolutely perfect material. I know that car manufacturers are doing bamboo, and they're doing, oh God, what's the other material that they're using? Uh, they're using another member
Hemp?
of the corn
Is it
family.
hemp?
Not
Yeah.
hemp, not hemp.
Oh.
There's another material that they're using in the interiors of cars. And
Linen?
uh, no, no,
I love
no.
linen.
It's a seed plant that they're
Oh,
using as
rapeseed?
no. It's,
No. Okay,
I'll
I'm
search for
just
it.
listing all the things I know, so sorry. I do have a bamboo toothbrush.
Flax. Volvo is using for its new cars flax interiors, and they're also using wool interiors. And they're not just, I mean, because Volvo, like all the premier European marks always are, leather interiors, but they are now doing renewable recyclable materials as much as possible. And I don't want to say I'm a brand spokesperson for Volvo. Do drive one. But I find that they're one of the few companies that really, they get it, that they are looking for to use as much recyclable plastic in their cars, as much recyclable aluminum and steel in their cars, and they are trying to be good global spokespeople. Volvo and Mercedes-Benz are the first two companies to have pure 100% non fossil fuel steel trucks. And we're not talking about the little trucks. We're talking about the 30, 40 ton trucks are used in international shipping. So there are companies that are going for it, that are trying to recycle as much as possible, and they're trying to go for as few plastic materials and as many to reduce their uh, bio footprint. Harold.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm going to talk about three things there, but I'm going to expand on what you're saying is it's not just the energy footprint, it's the pollution footprint. So replacing a lot of plastics with these types of alternative green solutions is a cheaper manufacturing process because you don't have to deal with all the pollution. So when they are, saying let's make a fossil fuel free vehicle, it really is, it can be cheaper if they do it the right way. So it's, a lot of economics align up with the basic premise of using less, using things smarter, and creating less pollution. Um, but yeah, we're talking about food versus fuel. Um, but there's in climate, it's also food versus fuel versus let nature take it back over and create, areas of biodiversity, sort of islands that can sustain complex diversity. But when we talk about food, and I think Jim brought up a great point of, some of these alternative crops that can be used smarter to eliminate the plastic product line, is that we have to again shift away from that idea of monoculture and growing one type of thing. So you could have a farm that you may be able to grow three or four value crops. Okay, and what this does is it increases the revenue for the farmer. Okay, which is important. Uh, by two or three times, because now they can take that same piece of land and produce these better products that are healthier. And one of those has to be local food. So when we talk about food, one of the things that should be coming off that land immediately is food for the local area. But then talking about, growing different crops, flax, et cetera, you know, but we can also include on this land solar and wind. So really getting away from the monoculture perspective and pushing the land, and how it's governed and how the water, it really needs to be completely redesigned. And again, I'm going to say it is that whatever is done on the lands and what needs to be part of the solution is going to require indigenous leadership and indigenous consent. So it needs to work for everyone, but it has to be something that indigenous nations support and have ownership in. And that's, moving forward, all of these things have to be considered in the future solutions. But really great space today. A lot of good subjects and topics. Yeah. Oh, and what was I going to say? It's probably not that important. So, anyways,
Oh, don't tease it. What you were talking about is agrovoltaics. What we can do is we can okay, because everybody knows the standard photo panel. It's either horizontally mounted, or it's mounted on an angle to try to take full advantage of your latitude to get the most sunlight possible from whatever your latitude is. So it's pitched on a slight angle. Uh, with agrivoltaics, the idea is to use vertically mounted panels, and they're pretty much getting most of their power during sunrise and sunset. So you have a dual panel, bifacial. So you have two panels in the place of one. One gets it in sunrise, the other gets it in sunset, and they can actually have them where there's a little bit of a space between them where some power can go through from one to the other. So there's actually a way where it's staged, where the first panel gets 81% and the other panel gets 17%. And so there are this always awesome. So there are ways of doing this, and uh, the way they've been doing this is as rows for cattle or for sheep, and you can plant whatever you need in between the rows. And you can either use this for animal husbandry, or you can just use it for good old-fashioned planting of food crops. And yeah, there's going to be a little bit less sunlight coming down to the food crops, but it's not a spectacularly reduced amount. And you have solar at the same time. So in the long run, you're using dual use, and you're getting quite a lot out of that land. And it's going to be universal. There's no question about it, because we have to take advantage of the efficiencies of all of these systems. Something we've mentioned so many times before: the real advantage of solar power or wind power or geothermal is the ability to have energy created, stored, distributed locally. You don't have to attach it to the grid. You can attach it to the grid. So you can have a back and forth for storage and for transmission. But you don't have to rely on grid energy. So you don't have to use really expensive 6 or 12 stanchion cables that go from one part of the country to the other. You don't have to use the Quebec hydro system. And Oliver, please. Oliver, go ahead.
Oh,
By the
sorry,
way,
my button wasn't
sure.
working. The what you're saying is very, very well advertised in a series that I haven't seen yet, but I've seen clips of it, which is the Landman, which is where the lawyer is taken out to see the rigs, and she's an environmentalist, and obviously the Landman isn't, played by Billy Joe Thornton, I think. And he says the only reason they've got the wind turbines is because they power the drilling and the pumping, and they're miles from the grid, and that's the only reason they actually installed them, was to carry out that function.
It is surprising how much. No, it is surprising how much in the United States, how much fossil fuel production is completely reliant on wind and solar as their primary to get things working.
They have no shame.
This goes back 12 and a half years ago. New York City was hit by oh, got the name of the. Of course, I always forget the name of the hurricane. But was it Harvey? We were hit by a horrible hurricane, seriously bad.
Maria?
And
no.
Even though I just met a girl named Maria, but we were
Sandy, maybe? Was it Sandy?
Sandy, yeah.
Yeah, it was Sandy. And Sandy, I we were going upstate the day after I was birding. So I decided to bird at Jamaica Bay, and I go to Jamaica Bay, and I'm walking. There's this beautiful like 1.25 mile loop, and I get near one section of the loop, and I'm staring at the other end of the path, which is completely and totally gone, and I'm like, "What the f? My path is destroyed. This used to be part of the Great Bay. Now it's the Atlantic Ocean." It took 2.5 years for them to rebuild the that berm and that bridge, and now they're using it for oysters. They're growing oysters there. But so what happened was all of the infrastructure for New York City, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, uh, and a lot of the East Coast, all of the gasoline infrastructure ran on electricity, which they didn't have. So if you wanted to get a gallon of gas, either the station ran on solar or ran on some other form of electricity, or you were screwed. So we had to drive upstate. We were going upstate anyway. We had to drive upstate about 70 miles to hit a station that we could get gasoline in without a 4-hour wait. And it was hilarious that this is where we were planning on going. We were told, yeah, you can get gas here. And we get off the highway, route New York State 17, exit 113, and we get off the highway, and I'm at the gas station, and there's no lines everywhere else I've gone for the last week and a half. I was lucky I didn't have that much. I had a, you know, I had 3 cars back then that were working. I still have 3, just not working. I had 3 working cars, so I was able to apportion it in such a way that I wasn't running out of fuel. But it was horrific that for a lot of people, they couldn't get gasoline because we couldn't get electricity. So I guess the moral of the story is that uh, the modern society depends on so many cogs working properly in so many different and disparate ways that, sorry, if you interrupt even the smallest thing, you can cause side effects that you would not have anticipated otherwise. And every once in a while, I'm glancing at my stock market data, and oh my God, it has been horrible today. I'd love to find out why things have obviously it's Trump and although he's apparently he's pulling back on the tariffs on Mexico, but the markets are probably just saying enough already.
What about Canada? Only Mexico, or is he? Is he
Yesterday
choosing
he was
favorites here? Or?
yesterday he was talking to some of the executives from the American automobile industry, and I think they told him, "Dude,
Finally.
you're going to kill us. Why didn't you talk to us first?" Because he never talks to anybody first. So the problem that obviously is created when you are a megalomaniac who thinks he knows everything but who actually knows nothing is you cannot understand all of those little, as mentioned earlier, all of those cogs that you start pulling threads off the different metaphor. You start to pull a thread, and all of a sudden the whole fabric unravels. So you have to be careful. There's okay.
Sal, I used to
There's
work. I just put this. Let me just put this in. I used to work for the Canadian Auto Workers Union. I don't think it exists anymore. That was like, oh my God. Let's just
Now
say
that you're in the 51st state, yeah.
25 years ago. The auto industry in North America is so integrated. It's basically one
Oh,
company, especially with the big three between Mexico, Canada, and the United States, with the auto parts, with the assembly. Like, they're producing an auto part in Mexico, and it is timed perfectly for it to be, assembled to a vehicle in Oakville, Canada, in Ontario. Like, it's just in time delivery. These auto manufacturers have invested billions of dollars in Canada and Mexico. Like, just recently, $2 billion in Ontario, in 2020. And Trump is suggesting they walk away from all this and let's just make automobiles in America. He has no idea.
I wrote a little piece on that, and maybe one of these days I'll get to discuss it more in detail. I see Harold's hand is up. I'll get to you. But those of us who have worked in manufacturing and have worked in design, we know how everything is. It's like, how can this president, how can any leader, not have people in their employ who have actually done things and understand how the chain works? The part that was absolutely killing me is there is a piston rod. There's a piston rod that originally the aluminum comes from Canada. The aluminum is then powdered. It is literally broken into a gazillion pieces in the United States. They send it back to Canada. I mean, the aluminum came from Canada. Then they sent the sintered material, it's material that is to be sintered, to then be put into molds, and they use to make a powdered aluminum uh, piston rod, which then goes to Mexico, where it's carefully polished and then the final polished piston rod comes to the United States to be installed into an engine. So this piston rod traveled from its original aluminum, raw aluminum, to its final product. It made 4 trips back and forth. Now the horrible thing about this is, okay, so you put a tariff on the aluminum, then you turn that aluminum into a powder. You added cost to it, and then you ship it to Canada. And Canada is going to put a tariff on it. So that's tariff number 2. And then it's going to be turned into and of course, the value has been added in that time frame. So you're going to put it into a piston rod, which will then go, tariff number 3, to Mexico. Mexico will pay a tariff on it, which will then turn into a polished piston rod, which will then, tariff number 4, go to the United States. And every step along the way, they're adding the tariff to the tariff. So you're paying 25%, then you're paying 10%, then you're paying 10% on top of that 10%, on top of that 25%. Every step of the way, the thing ends up being all taxes. It's most of the cost of that is now taxed. Harold.
It is a tax. It's a tax
Oh,
on the American consumer. They
yes.
say that it's going to be $2,000 for the average American per year extra because of
Uh,
these tariffs.
yes, but for our not mythical piston rod, which is this is a real thing. This is a real part in these cars. Uh, you've essentially double the price of that piston rod, which means you're going to be doing a spectacular increase to the price of that engine. And taxpayers are going to be paying that. But you're not doing that tax for vehicles made in Japan or Korea or a few of the European. I don't think. God, do we still produce? Do they still produce vehicles? Oh yeah, Mini Coopers. Mini Coopers are made in the UK, not EU. So the Cooper is going to come over to the United States, assuming that it's made at the Oxford plant and not the other plants. We'll come to the United States for that.
Oh no, it's yeah. It's going to take a few months for this to sink in what America has done and the advantage that America has lost. And I could lecture on this forever, but I'm going to try to make it short and sweet. I want to use one example, and that is the F-35 program. And I have a lot of criticism for this program, but I'll put that aside. And when Russia illegally invaded Ukraine, I kind of figured, well, we don't have time to pick our poison, sort of, so to speak. It's what we have. It'll work fine. If Russia didn't invade, I'd be singing a different tune. But now several nations have discussed canceling this order after America has invested over $2 trillion into this program, which has been operated terribly. And I could go into that, but I won't. Um, so right now, it's distributed across, I think, 20 nations for manufacturing and parts. And these tariffs are going to impact U.S. military, and it may actually collapse several corporations in America that do business distributed global manufacturing. Um, uh, and this F-35, just this one example, represents 275,000 jobs in America. It generates $78 billion in revenue for America. It supports about 1,500 American suppliers, and there's about 1,000 companies that run this program and are supported directly by this program. Um, so America will no longer have that leadership role, and I could go into the security and design of that. I won't. But we can no longer trust the United States as a military partner. And that's going to happen in other fields as well until America can assure, and that may take decades of that this won't happen again because this is a threat to national security. And the news that I just heard.
Excuse me, Harold. Excuse me, Harold. Which company is manufacturing that? Is it like a major aviation company, or
The,
I'm
the
assuming it
F-35,
would be an American
yeah,
company? Yeah.
it's Lockheed
Is it
Martin.
like, is it de Havilland or okay?
Oh, that's a
So
long time
do you
ago.
think that? Oh, my
Look,
family all worked there at de Havilland. But yeah, I don't know what it's called now. Actually, I know
It
exactly
got
where it
bought up,
is,
yeah.
but I haven't kept. Yeah, I got it bought out with somebody. But I'm just thinking, that the people for Lockheed Martin, you think they'd be on the phone to Trump right
Well,
now?
this is the thing, right? It's too late. Like this is not something you can just pick up the phone and heal with a phone call because the United States has messed this up several times. And I hate to break the news to America, but you're just not that talented at putting these things together and keeping them secure. There were several security breaches along the way. And it started out as a $200 billion project. It turned into a $2 trillion project. So, uh, NATO allies can't be supporting this kind of behavior anymore just because it's too expensive. You're not good at doing it. So, the United States could take that back seat. And from what I hear, Justin Trudeau, and I've studied negotiation, and I've done negotiation, has negotiated this very well. And basically, the best negotiation is being the small guy in these situations. And really, he's saying they did drop some of the tariffs on Mexico, but what Justin Trudeau is saying, all or nothing. He's not moving on anything. And what I'm talking about, and there's other things that Canada can do. Canada, exports fuel grade uranium, processed uranium for nuclear reactors in America that supports 20% of your grid. But the EU buys its uranium from Russia. And so Canada can realign. Canada might join the EU, by the way, and supply the EU with uranium, leaving America in the dark. And I don't want to go into oil and gas. That's a different discussion.
So to speak.
But there's also electricity exports out of Canada. Canada can keep the energy. We could lower our bills here, and then generate. We could attract new manufacturing because we could essentially say to big manufacturing free energy, right? So I don't think America realizes what trouble it's in. And when you talk about this integrated economy, especially with the NATO partners and technology and stuff, America doesn't design the smart stuff that goes into your products. You just import it and put it together. And I know that the next generation of quantum computing is not American. So, America spent a lot of money and a lot of effort to build up its foreign relations such that it benefited from these mutual relationships. And we could talk about, some of the bad corporations that exploit this, network. But nonetheless, America may have lost scale of manufacturing for several industries. And this is going to turn into a cascading degradation of American manufacturing. A lot of it's geared towards a global market right now. But quite frankly, I know that several NATO nations are basically saying, like, we're just not buying from you anymore. We can't trust you. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, we've been hashing this out. How eventually you got the French, you've got the Swedes, you have the English that are all in aerospace. You have okay, the Canadians do have aerospace. So you have Bombardier. Is there a possibility of a merger, not a merger per se, but of a collaboration with Bombardier and Airbus to manufacture in Canada? You
Oh
have
yeah,
all the energy and all the power already there,
yeah. And we could
and then
accelerate.
and I'm,
We could accelerate the weapons programs. There's two fifth generation fighters in Europe. We can just supply them. Like we can just turn on a dime and not even recognize the United States until and basically the United States is going to be kicked down to a third tier supplier and saying, well, maybe for the next 20 years, if you can provide us with good bolts and good, washers, we'll reconsider our positions. It's how it goes, right? You lose your trust.
oh
You
yeah.
lose your trust in quality, and really in the supply chain world, it's like they're not. Banks won't lend you money if your supply chain, has Donald Trump in it, right? They're like, we don't, your investments are. It's more risk, right? So there you go.
I wrote this on Blue Sky this morning that in the electronics industry, it's the old story is it takes 10 times as much work to recapture a customer than it is to get them the first time. That once you lose a customer, it is murder getting them back because you've lost your reputation is gone. But going back to Canada, Canada had Subaru, had Hyundai, had Volkswagen before the United States had those companies manufacturing. Canada had Volvo plants. Canada had Peugeot plants.
Saul,
It's
America gets its fertilizer, a lot of its fertilizer
yeah,
from Canada. So
80% of the potash.
and they're talking about sending that to the EU. Like you guys are out of the loop. So who are you going to be buying from? And this is the thing: is the United States typically has three suppliers, right? And what happens is you negotiate who has the best deal from which continent, and that's what you buy from. So there's a little bit of competition in there. But when people now know that Canada is not selling to the United States, now you got a monopoly market. Now you can't negotiate a best price, and you're going to pay more.
5-minute warning, guys. I know Kim is probably begging for it. Yes, Kim. Oh, was that a flash? Was that an
No,
applaud flash? Sorry.
Everything that Harold everything that Harold says makes sense, but I think deep down Canadians, want to get over this hurdle with America. We want to have great relations with Americans and Mexicans, and we all want to continue on with our lives, so to speak. So I think it's the deciding factor will be that Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, has stopped shipments of Tennessee bourbon in Ontario, and I think that's going to be a stumbling block.
Well, can I just make a quick comment on that? Is until the Republican Party is repaired, there's really, we can't move forward with this always looming over our heads. And to be quite frank and quite direct, the Conservative Party in Canada and on the provincial level are working towards Project 2025, undermining healthcare, undermining education, and installing the same oligarchy here in Canada. So Doug Ford may be talking the talk right now, and Daniel Smith may be talking the talk right now, but trust me, they'll flip in a second. And if the Conservatives get in power in Canada, I don't see any difference. I don't see any difference as to what we see in America right now.
No, I agree, Harold. I mean, we just had the provincial election here. The seats of power remained the same. So it didn't really sway people either way. I still have got my Green Party sign right now, just blowing in the snowbank that I have it in. We maintain 2 seats of Green in Ontario, which I'm really happy about. Doug Ford, he's a businessman. I mean, he is a conservative, but I think I would say, he is right of center, but I don't think he's the worst of the worst, unlike Pierre nationally. Which someone told me the other day, his actual name is Ray, and he changed it to Pierre to sound more French. I don't know if you know anything about that.
He's a JD Vance of Canada.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, he's got the photos. It's a brand. I don't
JD
think
Vance,
most Canadians.
JD Vance has gone by 3 different names in his adult life.
Oh, really? Okay, I don't even know what the JD stands for, but
I don't.
But
I was wondering.
I don't think he does.
He doesn't.
Doug Ford, he's won over some people. That's a little bit of a problem, but you could be right about the whole dismantling healthcare. I mean, so far it hasn't happened really. I think healthcare in Ontario is there's still like having people that have gone through the healthcare system. It's at least in major metropolitan areas. I think it's still accessible and equitable, and it's still functioning.
Well,
I think they still have to hire back a lot of the nurses that left after the pandemic because they were just so
yeah,
burnt out.
I could talk about Ontario, but what really you have to look at is that since Doug Ford got in there, there's been 12,000 people in Ontario that have died waiting for healthcare, regular services. And I could go into the investors and the private investors that want to erase pensions, and they're trying to do that in Alberta now, and hand over public assets to private corporations that are run out of states. They're the same people, um, you know, calling the shots in America. And low voter turnout is probably the result of our media failing to inform people on the reality. And the reality in Canada is 75% of our media is captured by the same Republican interests that deliver the garbage south of the border. So that's what's happening, and that's why Doug Ford is still in power. Is because the Canadian media doesn't talk about the reality. They targeted Justin Trudeau so much that Justin Trudeau had to step down. And if you did a comparison between Justin Trudeau and Harper on paper, it's just not even a contest. And it's ridiculous. Our media is ruined, and that's why Doug Ford's won a third term.
You're probably right about that. I mean, I think her name is Barbara Crombie. Has spent many years in business and also in politics. She took over mayor of Mississauga, and she's a leader of the Liberal Party of Ontario, and she didn't even get her seat, which I was shocked at. So yeah, Doug Ford, he's got a hold on Ontario. He's reminding me of someone from when I was a child, Bill Davison, I think his name was. He was probably Premier of Ontario for like 15, 20 years. So I don't see any people coming up against him right now.
Sadly.
You have a virus. And unlike a normal virus, this virus is very hard to get rid of and more dangerous in many ways. Trump could make life in America and around the world far worse than the pandemic. It's a sobering thought, really, when you think about it. At least with a virus like the pandemic, there was a kind of order and organization around it. Not with this. It is lethal. It really is lethal. Oh, and on a more cheerful note, flax. Sarah mentioned flax is grown as a as a set aside crop. When farmers literally, when they've got land to spare, they will grow flax, and you can, and it's a wonderful thing because you can have it on your porridge as well. Isn't that wonderful? We have it here at home. It's delicious.
I do that as well, Oliver. Yeah,
Did you want an interesting
it is. I like
flax
to buy.
facts? Is I know the guy who designed the process to crack flax so it doesn't disturb the seed and it doesn't go rancid. So it dehusks the flax, and typically if you just grind it up, it'll start to rot. But if you don't disrupt this is very high tech stuff. So what it does is it allows to increase the shelf life of flax and keep it fresh.
Which, and that's the interesting part. They like you to keep it in the fridge once it's open, but however, in the bag, unopened, it'll last for ages, months actually, months and months. Yeah, good stuff, and a nice balance between use for interiors of quite high end vehicles, I think, and foodstuffs. It's probably a fuel as well, given the opportunity.
So are we nearly done, Robert? Robert, you're coming in just at the end. So see us out, Robert.
Yeah, thanks. So I know I'm coming into this space very late, work commitments and all that jazz, as they say. Hi, Kim, as well, Oliver, Judith, and all our other wonderful listeners here, Chris, Jim, Paul, Puppy, Harold, and Sibnath, and Climate, actually, as well. I think I've mentioned everyone. I just wanted to say a big hi to you all, brilliant people, before I open my mouth, said a word. No, I actually just wanted to end on a light note. I just wanted to say, when I lighten the mood, I talk about collapse. When I talk about light-hearted stuff, I talk about collapse. When I sound depressive and gloomy, I talk about collapse. I can't get my words out for laughing now.
Where are you going with this, Robert?
I'm being really brief, Kim. I just wanted to have a bit of a laugh for a change, because I find only for a couple of seconds, Kim. Don't get me wrong. I know time is precious, but but I couldn't resist but I'll say those things. That's all. I just wanted to actually be as brief as I can because Sal wants to wrap up the space, and with yourself, Kim, I know. Excuse me. I just wanted to say that this business with Trump's meltdown or intended meltdown of Canada and tariff trade. Um, I'm trying to decipher by the day how much of it is mouth and all trousers, so to speak, as they say, and how much of it will actually be of devastating impact. Actually, we are seeing devastating impacts that are playing out on this tariff situation by the day. And I still, every time I keep looking at what's going on with it, I'm awaiting to see some sort of balance of the situation, which there is none forthcoming at the moment. As I've said many times before, only a lunatic would consider saying and doing, together with the actions that have been encompassed by Trump so far to do with Canada, only a lunatic would continue or actually think that anything that's been said so far is of democratic content for the people of Canada and for everything to do with the Canadian administration and mechanisms within Canada. Canada has been, and I hope will always continue to be, a close ally for America. But the irreparable damage that lunatic has continued to try to press on Canada is something that should be at least called out by the global media. And that has not been done either. That is something in my book that is reprehensible. There should be an absolute uproar within all global media and media organizations of what is actually happening within the White House administration towards Canada. It is absolutely, it's more than deplorable. It's an absolute, it's in my mind, these are criminal offenses that are taking place out of the White House that have no place in a democratic society, and yet they are still allowed to be forthcoming at the moment. The only thing I can say with the closing words on it, because I know time is precious, I will say that we must continue within the US and indeed globally to stand firm on these lunatic decisions by Trump, not least in everything of his decisions that is encompassing global countries, but his decisions to do with Canadian and Canada and tariffs and everything that goes together within Canada. Because if we don't continue to stand and take a tough stance on it, this guy is of such a lunatic nature and mindset that he will continue to think that he can walk all over not just Canada, but indeed all countries ad lib and will, which he's continuing to think that he has the power to do so. He must be held accountable at all levels. I continue to say this. It really is about biting the bullet now. It is actually about bringing the might of the rest of the world down on the Trump administration under no uncertain terms. I'm going to leave it at that now because it seems a fitting thing. But thanks for the microphone, Sal and Kim. It's appreciated, as you know. As always, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna. I know we have a request. I'm so sorry. We're wrapping up. I'm gonna just quickly mention that the United States trade deficit was the highest in history this month because a lot of companies essentially they said we have to buy it now rather than buy it tomorrow because they didn't want to get the tariffs, and this is going to cause the United States to be in a technical not a recession, but we're going to have a negative quarter for Q1, and that could mean a recession Q2. So this is very problematic, and it's the feedback is already happening. So the damage to the American economy is going to be real, and it's going to affect people, and it's going to affect business, and that's the only way to stop him. Is American businesses are going to say you are ruining us. That's the only way that this is going to stop. And we have an alarm. I told you I had a car alarm in my neighborhood, except I didn't know it was that close. So thank you all for coming. It's been a blast. Thank you, Monica, She's already left us, and we cannot thank enough for her excellent discussion today. Thank you, my co-host Kim. Thank you, all of my really great friends who've joined us today. Probably same time next week. We don't know the topic yet. We'll have fun. So
Yeah.
Like plastics?
Plastics, fucking chemicals, all kinds of fucking shit.
Yep.
That they do on a daily basis, right?
Yep. Well, it disturbs me because I've seen pictures of autopsies with the plastic pieces in people's brains, and they still don't know what that's going to do.
Everybody alive today now has microplastic in their body, somewhere within their body, whether it's in their brains, their body, their lungs, their kidneys, their livers, their genitals, their womb.
CNBC, they interviewed that moron Lutic, and he was all on about the party line. We're putting these tariffs on Mexico and Canada because of fentanyl, and then he let slip that to remove those tariffs is not by how much fentanyl is coming into the country, but by how many people after an autopsy show signs of fentanyl usage. Now, how the fuck are you going to do that? Autopsy everybody that kicks the bucket? It's just absurd. Absolutely absurd. Anyway, just thought I'd throw that in about dead folk.
Hi, Dr. Mike. Thanks for letting me speak. Hi, Pop. Hi, Lost. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, everybody. Yeah, I have my own take on the are just implemented and designed to let Elon. Yeah, they can. That's possibly, I think that's one aspect of it.
Hey, primo!
Primo, ¿cómo estás?
Mutual blend, mutual blend.
Oh God, the bromance begins.
Shush.
Primita, Tito.
Wait until wait until Pup learns more Lakota. Then y'all are in trouble because we'll be sitting here talking Lakota. And y'all be like, huh? What? What did they say?
Understand, just like we did with code talkers in World War II. Well, and I'm definitely voting for Lakota.
Me
No,
too.
just use big words that just use big words you only got taught after the 6th grade, and then they won't understand in English.
Yeah, and they certainly aren't going to teach it in fucking high school, are they?
Or they're going to be proactive to figure out what the word means, so you know. FYI.
The interesting part about that is even if they go do research the word, a lot of the meanings of our words have been changed because it was whites that wanted to interpret it. And when there was a derogatory term, for instance, wasichu, they completely when they wrote their books on their language translation. That a big deal, by the by.
I really like that proposal. I'm just going to jump in with a tiny factoid. The most spoken indigenous language in the Americas is Quechua. Spoken by 35 million speakers. And
Interesting.
And guess who my mother-in-law who lives with me is teaching my son Quechua words. So
awesome.
She grew up speaking Quechua, and she learned Spanish in high school. Yeah, she was the first
That because she probably raised her hand multiple times and said, "Nah, that's not what that means."
Well, she's generally a pain in the ass, so like whatever. So she's a pain.
Or getting my comp sci degree, I'd been in the industry for, I don't know, 30 or 40 years. Site references, that kind of shit. They finally got used to the idea of every time in class that they'd say something, they'd make direct eye contact with me like, "Are you going to fuck me on this one?"
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
There's a question I had for both of you. Growing up, did you two grow the long hair? And if so, did anybody try to cut your hair?
All the time.
You weren't allowed.
I had long hair until I joined the military, and as soon as I got out, I grew it back.
I had long hair up until my 18th birthday, from 13 till 18. I grew my hair out. It was down past my ass. I sat there at 18 looking at my adopted father. He got me drunk for my 18th birthday. I woke up without any hair, and he ended up with a busted fucking nose.
Wow.
Revenge is hell. Paybacks are a motherfucker.
I loved my long hair. Now I don't have as long as hair as I used to. I did end up growing it down to the bottom swell of my back. After all of that, I missed that too. I still have some long hair, but not as long as it used to.
Consequently, it isn't, down in the middle of my back anymore, but definitely down below my shoulders.
Yeah. That, and it doesn't help either that from 4 till 9, they were bathing me in bleach baths.
Yeah, that'd do it too.
Yeah. So that they can lighten my skin and my hair, so I didn't look too Indian for them.
Yeah, the reason that my adoptive parents paid so much for me is because as long as I'm not out in the sun, I can pass for white.
Yeah. Well, I mean, many of us have the winter coat in the summer. When a lot of us are talking about the stuff that we've lived through, uh, sadly, some people ditch and leave before they hear the road of healing and the path of healing coming from our conversation. Because they're not interested in hearing anything else. They just want us to skip to the healing part and never mind,
The paybacks part.
Yeah.
Part of what should be in the FO stage of FAFO.
Yeah. It's conversation we were having earlier, Mike, in the other space earlier this morning. How they don't want to hear people talking about what they've lived through. They just want to hear, they want to skip right to the healing and forget about all of that. Move to heal. It's your choice. They don't. They're not interested in that, and that's part of the problem of society today.
Yeah, I get the
That's
same thing in the veteran world.
yeah.
You know, I've got some neighbors, predominantly fucking hardcore Christians, but you know, there are community get-togethers, and these guys walk up to me because it's politically correct to say thank you for your service, and I look at them because they're in the same age group as me, and you know, the only thing that runs through my mind is, well, if you think it's such a great fucking idea right now, why the hell weren't you standing next to me in the fucking jungles of Vietnam, bitch? Um, so you know, but what they're doing is they're trying to make themselves feel good about something that they should have done and made the wrong choice, or made that mistake. And I can feel good about myself if I thank this other guy for doing something that I wasn't brave enough to do. So fuck them. Needless to say, I don't pay much attention to them.
I feel that.
And I'm glad you folks come on to tell us, because you're filling in major gaps that either are not in our education, or, like I said, the last native to leave Ohio was 1843. So I don't have any chance to interact with Native people to learn anything. So I appreciate you folks coming on here and doing this for us.
Yeah, I had a buddy, Tom, a very successful builder, general contractor in the area. And he was a pilot, I was a pilot, and he had a lot more hours. But I was sitting there having a beer one time over at his place, and I forget what started it, but he made the statement that you know, the situation of indigenous was appropriate because the stronger race won. And I thought my head was going to explode. And but that Tom had you know, he was a very successful builder, very wealthy man, and he drank a lot. And one winter evening, he half drunk, or more than half drunk, slid his truck off the fucking highway, and he was pinned in that truck in a snowbank for 12 hours or so, bleeding. And he suffered some very serious brain trauma from the impact, and then from, you know, basically starting to bleed out. Um, and it's interesting now. I haven't seen him in a year or so, but we were going to the same college, Bemidji State, and I'd bump into him from time to time, and his whole personality has changed. It's completely changed. Um, you know, part of any degree in Bemidji State is you have to take a course. One of the profs, and she's a really good friend, is Northern Ojibwe. Um, Sorry, that was Keith calling to tell me he's going to show up in about an hour. Anyway, but you have to take indigenous. I forget what they call it, but it's an indigenous course. Um, and you know, Tom was forced to take that to finish his degree.
Are you getting interrupted by phone calls again, Bob?
Somehow he rubber banded out of there.
See, this is why I personally like a computer or a laptop.
Oh yeah,
because then I didn't get a phone call interruption.
good. Oh yeah, Lasu. Our last space we had Canadian D raise her hand to speak, and she's here now. So I wondered if Dee wants to talk to us.
Hi, thanks for inviting me. Yeah, no, I just wanted to introduce myself. I haven't come across very many Indigenous focused spaces, so it was nice to see this pop up in my DMs. I'm a First Nations engineer in Calgary, Alberta. Spent 25 years in oil and gas, and now I'm an associate dean at U of C, focused on weaving Indigenous knowledge and perspectives into the engineering profession, and really exploring what reconciliation looks like in a profession that um, has, I'm sure everybody would agree, a deep impact on the land, water, air. So just interested in all things uh, around this area around sustainability. I apologize if my voice sounds kind of quiet. I'm actually just recovering from surgery in the hospital at the moment, so I was excited to find something to engage my brain. So thanks for having me.
No problem, Dee. Glad you're here. I really hope Red Cloud comes up and joins us as speaker today. I haven't heard Red Cloud's voice in a while.
I know.
I want to hear.
I'm with you there. It's been a long time since we've heard from Arthur. No pressure, but it is Native Wisdom Day.
Yeah, it would be good to hear him.
Good to hear. If he wants to come up to speak, we'll keep him up here as speaker all afternoon. And I wonder if Pup went into limbo. I might have to. I'm DMing him to see if I might have to drop him down.
Okay.
So carry on there.
Yeah. So one of the things that we learn in our culture and in our tradition, especially when it comes to healing, is you cannot just jump straight to healing. You first have to talk about what happened and get it out. And then you start the process of healing. Or you start moving in towards the conversation of healing. So many people, I don't know whether they didn't listen to, some people go, oh, I was hanging around and talking with Native elders, and they were just talking about healing. They weren't talking about what happened. Well, that's because you're not Native. And most Native people don't really like talking with non-Natives about what they went through, because usually we get told, shut up, get over it, move on, and shit like that. But healing and even in like our talking circles and healing circles, literally we talk about those things. We share those things. Because the only way to heal and maintain and keep working on healing is to let it out. If we keep it silent and bottled up inside, it causes more harm and damage. But once again, of course, we're always stuck with at least one white person that tells us that we're wrong and they know more about our culture than we do. And always wants to determine how we heal, rather than just allowing us to heal. How do the French say it? Flemme la bouche, and let us heal. So The 60s scoop was the 2.0, if you will, after the residential schools and boarding schools started to become unpopular in European public opinion. Even though the last residential.
Sorry, guys.
Hey, welcome back, Bob.
Yeah, I got a buddy with truck problems, and he's coming down. I had forgotten that I was co-hosting, and he was coming down from Grand Forks, North Dakota. And that call was, I'm leaving Bemidji now, which means he's about an hour and 15 minutes away. And he's got some banking stuff to do and some other shit to do. So he's going to run the truck over to his place. He's got he and his brother have a place here in Cass. And then I'm going to run over and pick him up. I'm going to try and see whether one of my other buddies, native, interestingly enough, is around so that he can do the work. Keith is a great guy, but he's not a mechanic. And just give the work to James. James will charge him a little bit of money, certainly less than a local repair shop will. And that'll give James a little bit of money, put in his pocket. He's a carpenter, the best in Cass County, by the by. And that'll put a little bit of money in James's pocket in the off season, and Keith will get his truck fixed, and it'll be 100%. So, but I may be running around in the car trying to make all this work while I'm co-hosting, is what I'm trying to tell you. Boy, that silenced the room too, didn't it?
No, we were just. I was just in the middle of talking about like the 60s scoop. But
no, keep going then. Keep going, bud.
All right. So, like both in Canada and the U.S., the 60s scoop, when it started to fall out of popular European public opinion or settler opinion, was what they came up with, where they would steal Indigenous children from their families and sell them to non-Indigenous families. And this happened to quite a few. Most cases are not good by any means, or experiences are not good by any means. And there are the rarity exceptions and small minorities that actually did have a decent family that they went to. But most, it was a horrifying experience. This was so that they can kill the Indian and save the child by whatever means necessary policy. All a form of assimilation and a genocide of people's culture and way of life. And this just, it still keeps going on to, like, what they call the millennial scoop. And it just keeps going on because, well, the foster system and child and family services system is a self-protecting ecosystem, and it cannot survive without kids. It needs kids to survive. The majority in Canada in that system currently are the Indigenous population and have been for a couple of decades, at least from the 60s all the way to today, as ruling in about 98 or 89 to 98% Aboriginal children 98% of the reasoning is just due to poverty, not due to abuse or neglect of any shape or form, just due to poverty. In the United States, it's about the same, but then you also have them doing that with Black children and what they're called brown children, which are our Southern indigenous relatives, you know, Latina, Mexican, and so forth, Chicano, and so forth. So unfortunately, this has been going on for a very long time. Boarding schools and residential schools was literally a thing that the churches amassed a shit ton of money from. There's like, oh man, the cycle of abuse and neglect and all different types of forms of torture didn't stop with the residential schools and boarding schools. Many families that bought Native children that weren't Native themselves just seen them either as slaves, workhorses, property, and things that they can torture and abuse and do all kinds of other heinous acts to without any repercussions because you're just a dirty Indian. And, you know, not as equal to a white European. So some of these sales of indigenous children even went as far as selling into Europe and other places to white European homes. Sadly. And it seems to be a continuation constantly of these types of things and actions. Which is why we try to talk about and try and share with you our experiences in hopes that we can all come together as human beings and end it. Because so long as the governments keep maintaining and talking about how these things are so great for these dirty little Indians, they're giving them a better life. When they don't experience rape, torture, and beatings and abuse in their own home from with their own people and family, but they get that in the foster homes and people that and the white families that bought them. That's something that unfortunately both people in Canadians and people in the United States have not been educated about and are misinformed and underinformed of the type of epidemic that this really truly is. I know when I first started talking about it in my early 20s, it was because I didn't want to see my kids and future grandkids or anyone's kids go through what I lived through. That just not should not be. I know in the United States, they in the 70s came up with the Indian Repatriation Act. And clearly, as we hear from Pup, that wasn't fully implemented either. Which in those days, in the 70s, there literally were white women marching against the Indian Repatriation Act, claiming these are our kids, we bought them, they're our property, they belong to us. Let that sink in for a moment. It's like walking into a Toys R Us, looking at a Barbie doll and buying it, and then claiming that it's your property. But doing that with a human being life. If you're a parent, think of it that way. Someone coming along and stealing your kid and then selling it to somebody. And that person, when you find your kid and they tell you, no, that's my property. I bought it. It doesn't belong to you. Yet it came from your womb. Yet that child came from your womb. Think about that for a moment. There are things that we have to talk about before we can start talking about healing. We have to talk about the ongoing issues. We cannot just skip straight to healing. Because otherwise, these things continue happening over and over and over and over and over again, each generation. And nothing is done about it. Nothing is done to change it, to prevent it, or stop it. And the damage and destruction continues to happen. So to immediately suggest that one should forget about all of that and just go straight to healing, and it's your personal choice, is a crock of shit. That's bullshit. I didn't choose to be stolen from my mom and my family and my community and my nation. I didn't choose to be sold as a child, as an infant. I didn't choose to be beaten, raped, and tortured by people who are not my family. I didn't choose any of that. But if you don't stick around long enough to hear, when we switch from talking about what we went through, our journey, healing journey from that, then you have a one-track mind. Interested because it doesn't sit well with your palate. So, oh my God, oh, I don't want to hear about what you went through. Like, oh my God, it triggers me. Try living through it. Try living from 4 years old to 13, having bathed in bleach because your skin's too dark and it needs to be whitened up. Being stripped bare ass naked, beaten, and then fucking thrown into a fucking closet. Try living through it. Because first you need to know what we lived through, what we've experienced. Our experiences. Puff nose and actually listen. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, good. Imagine how it makes us feel, having to live through it, having those scars that will never fully heal. Pop, go ahead, bro. I see your hand. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, no worries. So imagine that you had a business that but then you turn around and sell it for 20 grand. That's a hell of a markup. Matter of fact, I think it's literally, if you figure the percentage, it's an infinite markup. And that's what Lutheran Social Services did to me. They acquired me. They got Health and Human Services in South Dakota involved. And at the time, they had a law that said that Health and Human Services could take a child out of the home if both parents weren't present. Well, my dad was working high steel down in Texas. So guess what? It was only mom, and didn't matter that she was a white woman. Didn't matter at all. They were doing that, and they'd come on the res with law enforcement.
Yep.
And abscond with the child, who then, if you were already born, I wasn't born when it happened, but if they were, then they'd be thrown into temporary foster care. Lutheran Social Services would come in and say, we can place that kid, and that'll reduce the cost of or eliminate the cost of you housing and paying, the state of South Dakota paying for the cost of housing and feeding and blah, 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 the kid. And let me tell you, South Dakota Health and Human Services was more than happy to do that. So then they transfer the child to LSS, who then may actually transport them to where the state where the sale would occur, and they'd house them again, probably at no cost to LSS, or maybe a minor cost. We're talking about the amount of food that the kid ate or something like that. And then, they'd sell them. And the lighter skinned they were, the more they cost. It's a business. It's a business. It's a business in human trafficking. Interestingly enough, here in the United States, it was, and still is uh, a legitimate business. They've just worked around the laws of how what the law describes as human trafficking. Uh, that's all. They just figured out how to. They figured out how to play the monopoly game and get around the rules of the game. That's all. But it's still happening today. Anyway, that's my little contribution to this whole mess.
Sadly, these things are still going on. Children, women, girls is because where they're at in the foster home is a high risk of them being molested and raped by the foster parent. Rather than putting them back home with their families where they weren't being raped and molested and they were safe, they needed to be in a foster home. Make that make sense. Somebody, make that make sense, please. I would love to hear one of these settlers try and make sense of that to me. How at home with their parents, cousins, aunties, uncles, grandparents, community, family, they're safe. Child in them to make sure that there's no evidence. Make that make sense. Somebody, make that make sense. I dare you.
Excuse me, Lawsuit, can I reply to you?
I guess so.
And Pup, because I also was in homes from the time I was 5 till I was 19. Actually, I ran away from the last home I was in. And Lutheran Social Services do have a bad track record. And then I can sit there and I can attest to that. And I ended up in there because of this stupid, vile person. And this is Ramadan for me. I shouldn't even be, but this is, is deeply personal. And I can understand, but what happened to you was foul and everything else like that. Also, I'm not taken away from that. And it's just like, and what they did, especially one thing, putting IUDs in young girls, and especially they're fucking up their uteruses. And it's just like, one thing. What if they sit there and they become old enough and everything else, like they get into a serious relationship with this one guy and decide to have kids, and then she can't have kids because this happened. Is just like, one thing. I was 17 years old and I ended up on birth control pills, but I was deeply stressed and everything, and my system was going haywire. So, so to regulate, my system and everything else like that. But it also kept me from getting pregnant, whoever wanted to sit there and try to molest me again. But but it's just like I was molested when I was 7 and again when I was 9 in these stupid homes. And actually I got the heifer who sit there and busted up my parents to blame for all this. But it's just like I mean, I would have to sit there and I have to inbox you and everything else like that, but I mean, I have to say, but it was no joy, growing up, and my parents were divorced and everything else like that, and she was the main cause of it. And so she saw me as a threat, and that's how come I ended up in these homes. Um, and but is this just like being taken away from your parents and everything else like that? Because I know my father wouldn't let nothing happen to me. My mother wouldn't let anything happen to me. But this vile inhuman would sit there and blatantly let stuff happen to me. But it's just like, and this um I mean, bathing kids in bleach and everything, that is just absolutely horrible. It's abhorrent to me. I mean, it's just like, it's horrible that any kid would have to sit there and have to go through this.
Yeah, well, as an addenda, um, there are some reservations where the rate of uterine cancer is 9 times the national average. And when a female gets absorbed into the what's the word? I'm spacing the word. Sucks to be old. Um, into the
And but this is horrible. But I have to say, like, one thing, and especially I had my first child when I was
Ben,
20. I'm sorry.
yeah. So sterilization was the first choice a number of years ago when I was anyway in the 50s and 60s. And part of that was to reduce native populations. You sterilize the female, she can't have any kids. Um, and that was part of the colonial attack on it, Native Americans. Uh, but then that evidently became, oh, that's too cruel. So now we're gonna use other artificial means to prevent them from having kids. Um, and you're right. Usage of an IUD can lead to sterilization. And there's a little part of me that says uh, it's the conspiratorial part of me, but nevertheless says they did that on purpose. When they couldn't use sterilization, hysterectomies as a solution, there's a percentage of those individuals that get IUDs, they become sterile over time. Um, and it's not the best thing we can do to reduce the native population, but we can get rid of 3 to 5% of them, breeding females, or breeding age females. So yeah, no, I firmly believe that this is uh, a thought out, conscious decision, um, to move colonialization along. Um, anyway, that's all I got to add to that one.
that's the thing. Like, I know we know there are many different children who have gone through similar things who are not native. But today's room is mostly focused on us indigenous people and what we've lived through and what we've gone through and where we're at, and our journeys of healing, and so forth. So
again, so, and I'm going to use the Leech Lake Band of the Ojibwe as an example. So let's say you have a young woman and she falls in love with, and I'm going to pick on Lakota. She falls in love with a Lakota man. And if they get married, and assuming that they're both quote quote purebreds, which they aren't, there are very few purebreds left out there. For to join the Ojibwe tribe, but if she's less than 50%, then that kid can't join either tribe. So there is a kind of an unstated uh, uh, rule that unless you're of the same tribe and your blood quanta is high enough, a lot of these young women will not marry. So consequently, what you get is a lot of unmarried families, or where the man and the wife are not married, but they live together. I personally know, oh God, it has to be near 100 families that, in fact, didn't get married, um, so that their children could retain um, tribal membership. Uh, just to be, part of the family, have access to the elders, have access to, in some tribes, access to the revenue stream of a casino. And, but this again is uh, another way that the colonizers are uh, use the laws. And remember that marriage is a social contract pursuant to the rules and laws of whatever nation state you exist in, or so. This is just another way to try and it has financial ramifications from a United States, a nation state standpoint, because if you don't meet tribal membership, then they don't have to cater to you. Anyway,
If I remember correctly, Pup, I think the Lakota Nation changed that for their own membership of blood quantum to much less than 50%.
well,
If I remember correctly. Is that right, Red Cloud? And opportune watch there, Cola.
he's behind the wheel of a truck. Give him a minute.
Okay.
He's probably got some cage driver trying to make him crash. Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, they did lessen the blood quantum within the tribe to be a part of that tribe, membership of the tribe, comparatively to the United States government's wanting 51% or more.
Yeah, well, and that makes sense because as generations go on, there's going to be an intermixing of racial phenotypes. Um,
Yeah.
and the longer humans exist on the planet, the more diluted any individual's uh, um, racial strength is going to be diminished. You know, Christ's sakes, I know people that call themselves a Heinz 57 kid because there's literally 57, spices and herbs in the sauce.
Yeah, I've met a few of those.
They have some interesting attributes too, physical attributes, that is. Anyway.
But yeah, it's like, because I know when it comes to like the nations that are on the border of Canadian and U.S. border, that the reserve is between, like it's the border goes right through the reserve. There are different tribes who have themselves reduced that blood quantum to lesser percentage to be pardoned a member of that tribe.
Mataki will be my uncle, my brother. Now's a good time to bring up Emily King. You talk about what the school did and all that with young girls. Well, everybody needs to read her story.
Put the blood quantum requirement lower than the 51%, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now they're even doing it with like you goes back to talk about, their homes and their way of life, before Texas became a state, crossing the border and all that, whatever. So that's why I think that's why they're saying to even to give us a more greater implement on our the Mexican president. I call her indigenous president every time I or what do you call it, X. But I'm not gonna stop asking to get a meeting with her. I'm gonna keep doing that. But I time it on different situations and stuff, and just a person in this space with Ukraine and um, even Russia. I mean, it's almost the same thing where Ukraine is trying to take, or Russia's trying to take over these lands that belong to their people. I mean, for years, for centuries, and all of a sudden they want to just take it over. I mean, look what the orange turd is doing. He's doing all this. It's decolonization right then and there, right in broad daylight. But people are not saying that word. When you said we got to tell our story, I mean, everybody's got to say, every American, and I heard President Obama say a couple times, everybody needs to say they're an immigrant. I don't care how American you were. And you were here before 1492, because you hear it in other spaces and being stolen first. Why isn't that being brought up? We got to tell our stories on just that alone. So, I mean, I'm sorry about whatever happened to the liberals. Where are if they're so protected of kids, and there's somebody, white, by that girl who was kidnapped and had a national story, whatever, and a couple people even on Instagram and X or How come her story's not being told like that? There were people were saying, Netflix, you should tell a story about Emily King. I mean, I bet you nobody in white in this space knows about Emily King but the indigenous people. Not the white people, not the black people, mean, why if the orange turd is going to go back on history being sold, which I'm sure Russia's going to do to Ukraine once they get defeated. He's going to sell their kids. He's going to take their lands. He's going to. I mean, they won't say that decolonization word. I don't know why. I mean, I don't to them, but you know, um, if we don't talk, we're not giving anybody any kind of heads up, because that's where it goes to. And if every American can say,
Already absconded with more than 50,000 Ukrainian children,
yeah,
taking them back into Russia and basically disappeared.
to anybody, but yet they forget it happened to us first. No one's saying our women were raped and murdered and killed. Our children were raped, murdered, and killed too, and buried on so-called religious. Till Biden said what he said, gave the 150-year apology. I mean, nobody really knew. Like, that should have been already been told in schools when it comes to the history of our people. Um, and the thing too, you made a really good point, Pup, about when people come up to you about being a veteran and all that. I mean, why are they not saying? That's why we always have, like with Alex, we always have our on August the 14th we have Navajo Code Talker Day. So we don't bring that up. And that's the thing, national television will bring up Pearl Harbor and all these, but they don't bring up Navajo Code Talkers. Came in and did all what he did. I mean, they had the highest Native American recruits come into all branches of service, and nobody said anything about that too. You know, so when we say turn back on history, I mean, um, I don't know where people are missing it or they're not catching it. I mean, Laws keeps repeating it and repeating it and repeating it, and nobody's picking it up. I mean, I think they hear you, but don't listen. I'm like, they can't take that into, well, where did they become an immigrant? Where did their families become? That's what I mean is their families, they're not even studying their family lineage or their bloodline on where their families became, were immigrants and became citizens, and what state, and whether it was from the Canada Porter or Florida or whatever. I mean, nobody's actually saying, they were an immigrant. They all speak like they're Americans, but they don't have that humility on, well, they're an immigrant. Like, um, I was watching the Oscars and Halle. But she keeps doing these roles, that are black, and pick it. You only say it when you want to say it, but you're not saying it every day to everybody, So um, I kind of already knew when the orange shirt was talking about, you know, about Kamala Harris saying, oh, well, she's saying she's black, and all of a sudden she's Asian, she's Asian or whatever. I already knew, that he's racist right there. He's picking on her color, not her qualifications, and everything else is going to be after that. So I'm like, I tell that to the people who are Republicans. I'm like, why did he go after her color? Why didn't he say she didn't do this in office or do that in office, whatever? But they don't have an answer. But anyways, to that woman, I apologize for whatever happened to you. And if you could read Emily King's story and there's lots of stories of kids being, torn up like that, whatever. But that's the biggest news for Native people. Everybody's coming to surround her and her family and all that. And, these stories don't end up nationally. That's the problem is, you know, nobody's knowing or finding out happening or what's happened or whatever to our indigenous people, whether it be land or kids or what. I mean, but see, that's the thing is, where's those liberals? Where's those, Democrats, Republicans, independent? Why are they? I mean, if they say something about, well, we're pro-life and pro-choice, and well, oh, it's only when it's white. It's only when it affects them, not when it's a black girl, not when it's an indigenous girl. Only when it's white. It's almost like when their white people are being attacked. Oh my God, the whole world's coming to an end. Um, but anyways, I'll get off my soapbox. I'm blabbing. I'm blabbing like So I'll get off my soapbox like Pup says. So, anyways, thank you.
Hey, you know what? Red Cloud,
Yo,
Cola, Red Cloud,
yo.
Cola.
When you speak.
I have to say, like Pup says, I've listened to so many conversations you guys all had, and so many, in all those spaces. I'm just bringing up everything that I couldn't say whatever because there's too many people online or had their hands up or in line, whatever, and then I lose interest when people. I get off immediately when people start talking about the kids. I'm done, goodbye, go to the next space or see you tomorrow, whatever. But we're talking about, because that's the same thing I talk about, Alex, is we don't stay on point. We don't stay on topic. Everybody starts wandering off, and then I lose interest and all that, whatever. When we're talking about climate, we're talking about climate, so I try to stay on point with, all this, whatever. But I'm just bringing up everything that everybody has talked about on these other spaces that I never got a chance to speak. So I just hurry up and say what I need to say and get off. So because there's other people in line. So
take as long as you want, Cola.
But that's the mark of a good leader, is he listens to a great many people and is wise enough to distill that down to what's important. So if you have an elder that is that fucking smart, I mean, it's time to shut the fuck up and listen. you know, I can't imagine, not, when Debbie comes up, you'll notice I don't raise my hand. I don't, and I definitely won't butt in. But you just shut the fuck up and listen to the wise ones in your group, because they're not here for their own aggrandizement. They're not here to try and make a buck off you. That by definition is what a wise elder is.
yeah, yeah. And the thing too is, for me, is like what I'm thinking or what I was gonna say or what I'm about to say. Lost says it, and then this topic, and then Pup says it. Exactly what I was thinking, exactly what I was gonna say, or it's Alex. Alex says this, and I'm like, crap. But they said everything I was gonna say. So, but that just goes, everybody's share the same kind of mind and all that. We're all alike because we have that same mind. So that's why sometimes I don't speak. I'm like, crap. Lost already said what I was gonna say, or Pup said it, or Alex said it. I'm like, damn, he was gonna, So
Motherfucker stealing my thunder.
No, I think the old women used to say it correctly. You're speaking the words of my heart.
there you go. Exactly. But whatever you had Lost, you had that elder woman speak, and she said some of the things I was gonna say too. Um, Very
Debbie?
wise. Yeah, you could tell. I really enjoyed listening to her. Um, the way she, uh, not just how she speaks, but the way she speaks. Um, and of course, you can tell she's from the res and from the reserve and all that, whatever. But just that alone, and what you just had, the guest that came over from USC, the instructor. I taught at USC for a semester about 6, 7, 8 years ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, I went to that school, and when I was taught a semester there, but I was only teaching cinematic art stuff. I wasn't teaching anything critical or anything like that, whatever. I was just teaching the cinematic art stuff. The dean let me teach and all that with the kids and all that, whatever. That's probably one of the most funs I've ever had was uh, like-minded people. That's the word or phrase I was gonna use. Like-minded people in the cinematic arts department at USC. Hopefully she's still listening, but I'm part of the cinematic arts department over there. But it's good that the people know that USC has the most diverse school over UCLA, over all the schools over there, whatever. But yeah, that was a treat this morning to hear somebody from USC. So, but yeah. Anyways, I'll lay my talking stick down.
I think it's important. And I say that because you have spent the last 500 plus years only talking about yourselves and placing yourselves at the top of the food chain, if you will.
Hey,
While the
Lost.
people, yeah.
Yeah, we should let the colonizer talk for a little bit. He's had his hand up for a long time.
Oh, are we putting his Lakota friendship card in question today?
No, I think we're just playing it. That's all. Go ahead,
All
Alex.
right, go ahead, Alex.
Thanks, guys. It's I could easily get a job in the colonial machine. They'd take me in a heartbeat, but it's been a lifetime not being in the colonial machine, being an artist, and not acting like a colonial. So excellent space here. Everyone's on the top of their game. Like Arthur says, I too like to stay focused on topic. Arthur too, he was good and clear today. The tech was really good. And Arthur, when you got your tech clear, just keep talking. Stay on the soapbox. You sound good. You have a message. So I took some notes so I could stay on topic. Emily Pike was the young 14-year-old native of the San Carlos Apache Indian Reservation. They found her body. So that's the big tragedy Arthur was referring to. And the missing women and girls is perpetually a topic here. It will burn Pup and Lost and Arthur up immediately. It's a real issue. It's on top, on front of the program. Uh, teasing me about the colonizer thing. I am white. I know the mayor of the city. I know the police officer. I know the publisher of the newspaper. Like I've got all the privilege. Arthur had a great speech one day on privilege and entitlement. I've got it all. It doesn't make my life easy and fun. And then you guys all know I've got my Viking partner, and I mention her because she followed Standing Rock really closely in 2016. The protest at the Standing Rock Reservation about the pipeline, the energy transfer down there in 2016. That really got her 1,000% aboard the program, the land back program. She was developing her social media skills, so that's not 8.5 years ago. And that got her just completely on the program. She got several Native women friends after that. She spent years chatting with. And so, of course, she keeps me focused on the program. Land back, Native rights, Native awareness. Native awareness is really where Lost and Pup really shine through. It's one of the things Arthur was talking about was Native history. And I thought of what Dee had told us one day. If you want to learn about history and you don't know where to start, go look at Today in History. There's no today in Native history, in Native American history. I went and looked. So this is a project we should get started. When you see March 6th, I want to know what happened in Native history. It's a very basic historical concept, and I did an internet search. I didn't find anything. The three of
Did
you
have
here
Native history.
today in Native American history, March 6th, what happened? There's no quick answer, and there should be. Somebody's got to get to work on that project. That's a basic and just world history. I'll do more research later, and work on that. I hear the pain. I feel the pain. I don't hear you lost talking of your pain, expressing your pain. I do feel some of it. I'm not a non-emotional machine. I am very sensitive, and I feel this stuff, and I try to think it out, and I try to think of ways forward to help and to figure out some improvements here. Arthur has been very, very kind, unlike you two. he's,
Hey,
he's
we're
been,
being extremely kind.
yeah, you didn't.
I'm picking on you. There's something fucking wrong, Alex.
You haven't scalped me yet. Great, yeah. But Arthur's been extremely kind and appreciative, and about.
Just wait until Arthur gets a little older, then he'll start picking on you.
Yeah, well, I know the Chief Red Cloud and the great methodologies, fooling the colonizer, but the good work here. I hear your pain. I hear some of the desperation, the sadness, the struggle. I hear it, and some of what I do is encouragement from outside the community, like a neutral eye, some positivity. We see Dallas Goldtooth and Ryan Redcorn and Reservation Dogs. We are seeing some the culture breaking out post Standing Rock. So there is some movement here. There needs to be more, but there is some good movement here. We see Deb Holland and others making their mark. So my message is one of encouragement for you guys to. I mean, Lost and Pup, you guys are clearly not stopping anyway. Good times or bad times. This is the gig. This is what you do well. You do it really well as a human speaker out of all these speakers. So you got the hands. I said what I needed to say, and I will continue to be here as long as you don't kick me out of the circle, man. I will be here with
Hey,
you.
Alex.
Yeah.
Hey, Alex. Where is Robert at? How come Robert is not in this conversation? I mean, that man can give poetry to his words, or his words to his poetry. Man. So
Thanks, Red Cloud. Appreciated that. But I am very much here, Red Cloud, actually. I'm slumbering in the background. I'm ready to speak in a minute.
Okay.
Thanks, Red Cloud.
Real quick interjection. Everybody ought to come to Minnesota and start at Garrison, right on the Mille Lacs, and head north on County Road 6. It's a 2-lane blacktop with a 60-mile-an-hour speed zone. As soon as you get into Res territory, that would be the Mille Lacs Band of the Ojibwe, you start seeing huge ass billboards. The one that sticks in my mind, in big block letters, it says "Somebody knows something," and it has a woman's picture. And you get a few miles down the road, and there's another billboard with similar phraseology and another woman's picture. And that continues all the way up past where they have their casino, north on Highway 6, until the reservation ends. Just driving that 20-mile chunk of road would be a fucking education in MMIW. And at that, maybe we should go to hands, I think.
I'm in the middle of making a sandwich, so wanna figure out who's next to speak.
Am I next? Last? I think I am. I'm not sure. I don't think humans. Is humans before me? I wasn't sure actually.
No, Robert, you're next.
Thanks, Pop. Yeah.
Then Harold, then humans.
Thanks, Pop. Yeah. Well, briefly, because I know there are hands. That's why I always use the word briefly, because I don't want to I don't want to tread on any toes unnecessarily. I never have, and I'm not going to start now. What I will say is that this is an excellent space hosted by two dear brothers to me, Lost and Pup, and of course, not forgetting Red Cloud and other Indigenous people here who are paramount and pivotal in the way that Native American wisdom is educated across the board, which is absolutely essential to all white people and all people, not least across the US, who are the immigrants. And I'm talking about the white American people who are the immigrants, because they have lost complete sight of the fact that who the immigrants are. And they continue to be ignorant enough in order to think the opposite way round, which is in my mind, I've never needed an education on such a thing. I've always encompassed the truth right from the start. I will say this, that when I listen to a Native American Indian speak, I stay silent. I don't interrupt. I never have, and I never will. Because when a Native American person speaks to me, I want to listen to every single word that that person has to say to me. Because every single word that a Native American person speaks to you is of truth, honesty, decency, and wisdom. And it's something that is still so sadly lacking, as I've said so many times across the board, with white faces and the white Western mentality, be it in the US or be it in every single country across the board. And until white faces finally and fundamentally understand to actually listen and not interrupt Indigenous people, much can be gained in terms of learning and in terms of honesty and open conversations that have probably never ever happened before, but can happen. I will say this, that white faces can have the conversations necessary in depth with Indigenous people if they only learn to listen to every single word, not interrupt, and fundamentally understand what that Indigenous person is saying to them. Because this is of paramount importance, and it's something that I have to reiterate here because of the impact that I'm trying to discuss on such a matter. I will honestly say that although this is a Native Wisdom Day, let me put this to everyone, and I hope everyone who is outside this room is listening to my words here. I will say this: let's not just have one Native Wisdom Day in the form of a space. Let's actually make it now of a how can I put this? Let's now encompass a committed a committed way of thinking to actually make every single day a Native Wisdom Day. Every day, 365 days a year, make it a Native Wisdom Day and more. Because unless we finally understand just how important the facts, the clarity, the wisdom, the learning, and all those centuries of history and of ties and of blood bonds actually are, all those centuries of learning and understanding and education and civilization within Native American peoples that they are trying to encompass and undoubtedly trying to pass on that wisdom and learning to as many white people globally as possible. If we finally fundamentally understand just what is being said within all these conversations, we can actually gain so much. I'm speaking here as I might be a white man, just like Alex said of himself, but it doesn't mean I've got a white mentality. Far from it. Actually, when I speak about myself and my own mentality of being actually intelligent enough upstairs to actually listen to what Indigenous people are saying to me, I actually have got that mental clarity upstairs to listen and to learn the facts for what they are. Because unless we actually learn what's going on and actually learn the facts of what is being shared, because this is great wisdom we're talking about here. This is centuries of wisdom and learning that's being imparted to us. And we must fundamentally understand the gravitas of how important this is. If we don't get to actually understand fundamentally for the greater good of our own advancement as white people, and for our own advancement actually of white people interacting on a new level with indigenous communities, may I say, of white people interacting on a new level with all indigenous nations, communities, tribes, etc. Because this is something that must be fundamentally focused now in terms of being able to, if I can put this, a higher level of mental understanding, which is something that has been so sadly lacking, not just for decades, but in my honest opinion, for centuries. I will say now that I think that the entire way that the white man interacts with indigenous people can change for the better, but it has to be on new levels, new mindsets, new mentalities, new ways of encompassing what wisdom, truth, honesty, decency, values, and centuries of education is bringing to the table, courtesy of our indigenous friends. So make no mistake, when it comes to listening, learning, and saying very little, the white man has much to learn. So on that note, I shall hand the speaking stick over, either to Humans or Harold. And I thank you, Pup and Lust, for letting me have the speaking stick. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks,
Was it Harold next, Pup?
Yes.
Hi, Harold.
Hey, hello, everyone. Thank you for the space. It's been incredible so far. I just wanted to share some of the resources that have helped me um, inform of these issues that have been um, perpetrated by Canada. And down in the purple pill, I put a few podcasts. Um, the Warrior Life podcast, which has been running since 2019. There's 175 episodes there, and they really are excellent, talking about educating, but also arts and culture. I, I listened to every one of them, and they really have helped me uh, get a better grasp on what we have to learn. And I also shared from Canada the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the resources that I believe all settlers in Canada, but also the UK and other nations, other colonizer nations, France, need to read and acknowledge. And there's an executive summary, which is about 400 pages, but there's literally thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of testimony and information that's been collected. And also included in that is 94 calls to action. And Canada is failing on its calls to action. And so that's one of the things that every settler, every local government, every provincial government, every the federal government, every business, every institution has to achieve those calls to action. And I was really happy to hear President Biden make that acknowledgement of residential schools. I don't know how much information is going to be delivered from the current U.S. administration, but I think if you wanted to learn more, um, you may want to consider reading the Canadian um, Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which was released in 2015, and I think is a great way to learn a lot of information, and it's helped me along the way. So I thought I'd share that with you, and thanks for the space.
Thank you, Harold. All right, human rights.
Hi, I just wanted to thank Robert and Pup for doing something as human beings taking care of the land. And I've heard you over the years being so appreciated, having the land. My thing is, I've forgiven, but I haven't forgotten because I'm not allowed to use my human right. To this day, it's a struggle. I don't blame anyone. I blame the system that actually is still enforced in 2025. I could be pulled over because of my maiden name at any time and threatened with deportation, even though I was born in this country. My ancestors were born in this country. And I'm not going to say it doesn't hurt, but to be called extinct from a young age, not have any tribes, not any recognition of any unity, it's difficult because you cannot be accepted by the Hispanic community because you're not fully Hispanic. You cannot be accepted in your tribe because it no longer exists. It was considered extinct. How you extinct a human being, I don't know. I also carry African DNA, and it's more than a drop. It's considered Black in America. So I may look white, but it doesn't mean I am. This is the thing, being mixed in America. You're not accepted any place. I just wanted to bring that attention to you. 500 years later, I go to visit my grandmother and I see a sign, and I think I said this before. It was over San Juan, Puerto Rico, that said the 500-year anniversary of Columbus discovering America. This was in 1994. The rage I felt that night when I saw that sign changed my whole life. I was an adult. And I spoke to my grandmother and told her, you know, we are recognized as extinct. And she looked at me. This is 500 years of knowledge she had. And she told me these words: do not believe the lie. You come from Taínos. The reason they say this is to steal the land. But know who you are, know who your grandfather and your grandmother is, your great-grandfather. And that had such an impact on me that I said I would never allow another human being to lie to me about who I am. So I call myself Taino American today. I may not know the language. We were extinct for so many years. We're just starting to learn who we are as a tribe, as a nation. And it's the hardest thing when your language, your culture, thousands of years of knowledge, it's wiped out or ethnically cleansed. Bear with me on this, please. It's learning to be a human being. That's why I call myself an American Taino human being in order to survive on this continent. And know your rights as a human being. That's all you could do. And give love for hate, because I'm telling you, if you live in hate, it's never going to work. One other thing, if anybody has knowledge of Enoch, the book of Enoch. And I do read. I might not be able to carry a good speech, but I know how to read, and it's self-educated. Go to the book of Enoch. It was taken out of the Bible. It wasn't allowed, but the Ethiopian peoples has it in their Bible. And the fourth section 85, verse 85, I guess you call it, the fourth section, book 1 of Enoch, speaks about 3 bulls: the white bull, the black bull, and the red bull. Think about it when you read that section. Go to the library. You can find it there if they allow it. It's a Bible, Ethiopian Bible. They were willing to fight the Catholic Church not to have their book torn apart. It opened my eyes to humanity. We all come from the same place, the same DNA, the same solar system. And that's how I live now. Thank you. Peace.
Yeah, as a quick addenda, and this is something personal, I don't refer to myself as a Native American. I refer to myself as a North American Native. Because North when I take slight umbrage when individuals refer to me as a Native American, because in that phrase, you're referring to a geopolitical nation state, and I happen to be one of the original people that lived in that nation state, and that's a false statement. So it's a matter of being precise. For me, it's a matter of being precise about who I am, and consequently, I'm a North American native. I am native to North America. I am first a native, and I am secondly an American citizen of that geopolitical state. Anyway, just a little clarification, personal clarification there.
And an addenda to that, my personal clarification is I am from the Lakota people of Turtle Island, the original name of this continent, not some bullshit name pulled out of some white dude's ass. Pardon my French.
No pardon necessary.
My people and my ancestors, like Red Cloud and Pop and others in this room, have been on this continent for tens of thousands of generations before 1492.
I know. I know.
We didn't come over a Bering Strait. We didn't come from anywhere else but here on this continent.
Same for the peoples of Belingua, now called Puerto Rico.
That's why you hear me always constantly talking about when I talk about Julian, Chrissy, Yoki, and other relatives from south of the fake U.S. border. They are indigenous too. They are our cousins, our relatives. Them too have been here since long before 1492. Tens of thousands of generations.
Don't misunderstand me. 1492 is the day of invasion for us.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That's Invasion Day.
That's why that sign over San Juan, Puerto Rico was so offensive that anyone that was born on that island would hang it up.
So I'm always clear about that, because I do not believe that you can come and rename a whole entire continent just because your skin is light. And because some drunken pedophile priest decided that only white European land-owning males, wherever they go, if there's not one identical to them, that becomes theirs and they can claim it. That's a crock of shit. It's
and
like
that's a nice way of putting it.
That's a nice way of putting it, isn't it, Bob? I am always going to remain true to my people and to my nation. That's why you always hear me saying time and time again about commenting about Chief Hatui from the Hispaniola nation when being hung for so-called treason. The Catholic Spanish priest asked him if he wanted to accept Jesus and become a Christian and be saved. He asked if Spaniards go to heaven. The priest replied, yes, they do. He said, then I choose hell and my people far away from you monsters as possible. There are plenty of people in this room who are European that I get along with. I like you because you see me as a human being, not as a subhuman or non-human at all.
But the Constitution, it doesn't say anything about being human. A man, woman, child.
Yep.
Not because we're man or woman or old or whatever. We're all human, whatever age.
There are a plethora of people in this room that I would consider in my extended family. We aren't blood related, but we share the same mindset. We speak to each other with respect. And as such, you're deserving of being in my extended family. You know, doesn't mean that you we are disparate. In fact, uh, now some of those relations, get the privilege of being in my extended family, and some don't. Somebody that I would exclude from my family would be like the orange turd. He's not part of my family, and likely family. And again, they're not all made out of the same clay.
There's one person in this room, unless their actions prove otherwise, that I would not give my last piece of buffalo meat to if you were starving.
In a heartbeat. In a heartbeat. And I'd give them a place to live and some land to live on too. This city life that you live in. And now I can't turn the fucking mic off. God damn it!
You want me to mute you? No, wait, I can't do that. Yeah, only Mike can.
I can hit the mute everyone button. I can hit the mute everyone button, and you can turn every. Childish.
This is what we're trying to explain. I get European ideology has left y'all not fully understanding the way in which we're talking and coming from. I get that. I understand that. I understand the construct of the separation and segregation, the battle between the sexes. I understand all of that. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. And the reason why I say I don't agree with it is because that's not me and my people and our way of life and understanding. Our way of life and understanding is you're all human beings. You're all equal. We're all equal. No one's greater than, no one's less than. You've heard me say it 1,001 times. I am no better than a blade of grass, nor any less than a blade of grass.
That invitation to, I am absolutely sure, or I wouldn't have extended the invitation, that should they want to come live on my land, that they would. I mean, it's literally like, dude, you're living on my turf. You play by my rules. It's just that simple, you know. And those rules are the rules of the Lakota. Period. You don't like it? Don't live here. You don't like it? Then be someplace else. But the people I've extended that offer to, I'm absolutely sure. And again, you know, because I view literally the oak tree I'm looking at as a brother. You know, the mole that runs across the yard, the gravel in my driveway. They're my brothers or sisters. I'm not sure about their about their gender. I don't know what a fucking rock's gender is, but you know, they would understand that and behave appropriately. The orange turd in the White House doesn't get that, doesn't understand that. And, you know, he's the most disgusting example. So I'm using an extreme there as that example. But, you know, it's just, I mean, if you're going to, the invaders, that was the deal. You know, you can live here. We're not going to slaughter your young ass. We'll teach you how to fucking survive in a hostile environment. They changed the rules. They said, nope, we're going to do it our way. And that's where the war started. They didn't respect where they were. And my comment is fuck you. I still can't hit the fucking mic.
You know, Pup. I mean, we can always dust off the old Mayflower.
Yeah.
It's sitting in a museum.
I've been there. It's not a friendly place. Good. My goddamn muting button is working.
It's like there's a reason why I avoid the pretend Indian thing, because the only people that I have a say in any way, shape, or form is my own people, my own nation. I don't have a say in who's part of whatever other nation. That's not my business. My business is my own people. And too many people act like nosy Noras. Sticking their nose in business that don't belong to them. What is going on with you? Hey, Mike, are you here?
You're all alone, man.
I think we've got sound issues happening here, Alex, haven't we? Lost. I think we've got some sound problems. I know Pub's got some sound problems.
And I think Mike is dealing with a patient at the moment, so
he's got a patient, hasn't he? Last year, I think so.
Yeah. So I'm going to try and see if we can get Pup back up as speaker until Mike gets back, and then we can figure out the co-host situation again, bringing back up to the co-host spot.
Okay.
One issue lost with the pretend Indians is the colonizers do use that issue deliberately.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
They,
And then another thing lost, I'm thinking, is you don't have to participate in every single issue across the board. You don't have to embrace them all.
it's not my place.
Yeah.
If whether somebody's fucking Ojibwe, Soto, Blackfoot, Crow, oh, it's not my place. I'm neither of those nations. I'm a Lakota. That's my business. That's my place.
But you would certainly be really unhappy with the pretend Lakota.
I would not be enjoying that at all. And that would be mine and Red Cloud and Pup's business.
Right. Absolutely.
Excellent point, brother. Again, excellent point. I mean, if the whites can take care of the whites, the blacks can take care of the blacks, whatever religion or whatever, responsibility and accountability to your own kind. If you're native, you speak up because, and the native is saying something totally crazy and off the wall, then we have to start cleaning up and, not misleading that misinformation. So excellent point, bro. Excellent point.
Lost, you've got Vidal listening, Roberto Vidal from Brazil. He's one more of your primos. You would really enjoy Vidal, I'm pretty sure.
Vidal, Okahe. I don't know if Pup stepped away for a few minutes. I don't know what's going on. I invited Pup up.
Well, he knows the ropes, man. He knows how to do this.
Yeah. So this is why I talk about. I don't believe I have a right to tell any other nation, any other tribe of indigenous tribes what to believe or how to believe. I only can do that with mine. I can only speak to my people and our laws and our ceremonies and our way of life. I can talk with other tribes about the similarities that we have. Which I fully enjoy doing. But I don't talk to them about how they should be doing their ceremonies and whatnot. That I talk with Pup, Red Cloud, and other Lakotas. Because that's my people. That's my Oyate, my nation, my family. I can sit back and give you the basic introduction to the medicine wheel, but that's about all you're going to get because you're not Lakota. I'm not going to give you a tour on where to pick ayahuasca or peyote or any other thing because you're not Lakota. No matter how much money you try and offer, that there's just not enough money on the planet for me to even think once of ever doing that. So I will talk to you about different things. Sometimes I might even privately help you out with some things that might help you. If I think you're worthy of that. in a good way. But I'll even let you come and sweat with me. But I'm still going to tell you to focus on your own culture, learning your own ancestry, culture's way of life, learning your own people's way of life. Even if you have to go before the introduction of Christianity or religion. Because you can't be a Lakota if you're not a Lakota. You can be part of our community, you can be part of our family, but you are not Lakota. And I think too many people don't fully understand that. There are so many things that I could talk to you about, and I can get into all kinds of woo-woo with you all. But that's not me. That's not how I learned. That's not how I teach. And that's not how I talk. Because I have 7 sacred laws that I have to obey and abide by. And those are the same 7 sacred laws that Pup and Red Cloud and myself and other Lakota must obey and abide by and live by. Other tribes and other nations have their own. But this is ours that we live by. This is why when it used to be, the rooms used to say Lakota Hour, and other indigenous relatives said, well, why is it just Lakota Hour? That's why I said, well, we're changing it to Native Hour or Indigenous Hour. Because there are other nations too, not just us. Because when people come to us and they ask us and they talk to us about things of that nature, or they bring concerns to us, we will address them. And we will stand up always for what's right. See, because one of those laws is respect. The other one is honesty. Just to name 2 currently. There are 7, and I've said a couple of them in other spaces as well. So honesty and respect. When I have another nation that's coming to me and talking to me and saying, hey, Lost, how come it's just always Lakota Hour? There's other natives here too. Well, then honesty and respect, I get that changed. Because I'm abiding by those laws. I'm honoring those laws of my people, of my ancestors that were here tens of thousands of generations before 1492 and will be here long after. That being said, Vidal, hola, ¿cómo está?
Olá, boa tarde. Muito bem. E vocês todos? Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy bien.
I have to be honest with you, Vidal. I only know a little bit of Spanish.
Hi.
Hey, Vidal. I think Vidal just knows a little bit of English, Lost.
Okay, well, hold on a minute here. I know how to fix this and correct this and get this fixed.
How's that?
Primo!
Primo, does he speak Portuguese?
Vámonos!
Probably. It's good to hear from Roberto for sure. An excellent, excellent poster on here. Very, very green environmentalist in Brazil, Vidal. Excellent work.
You know, I love Portuguese. I don't know why I recently saw a question like here on this dumbass platform, which is the most beautiful, like I've always thought that.
Well, Roberto is an outstanding environmentalist in Brazil, part of our team.
I know him well.
Excellent, excellent.
Hi, Roberto. Buenos dias. Tardes. I'm gonna while I'm here, I'm just gonna say thanks so much for this space. I've heard today such deeply honest things. I've heard Lost here saying incredibly painful, revealing things about himself that are so important for us to hear, and that it is so valuable that he is able to share. I'm really blown away, and I'm equally blown away by so many other speakers today. And just yeah, what can I say? Thank you very much, everyone.
Does this work?
I hear you now, Pop.
Miracle of fucking miracles.
Now, if only we can get Dr. Mike back so he can make.
Across to me, it's like you get two words in, then it cuts off for a split second, and then you come back.
Yeah. Mike, hurry up, Mike. Hurry up. Come on, Mike.
He's with a patient. Why don't we let Nate ratchet you off for a while?
Pup, you know, I don't fill the space for that long. I'll do my best. I entered one of Lotsu's native wisdom spaces one night, and I was the only one there, and I was kind of panicked because I'm like, I don't know how to talk about this stuff. I couldn't summarize, a millionth of it at gunpoint. Luckily, some more people people came into the room and saved me from having to pretend things I don't know. Anyway, these days, and this is probably just has to do with my own life path and biography, is I'm always thinking not only about the stories, but more than that, I'm thinking about to preserve stories for people who don't haven't told them, didn't get a chance. And this gets more complicated because I really can't be that author. I don't know these cultures. I don't know these peoples. At my own job, I wanted to throw this out to the room. If we have any, authors who are indigenous and who have works published or know of good works
published and you would like me to review them, I would be more than happy. The university wants to listen. And maybe some modest additional exposure to some of these voices. Otherwise, I just really have to keep quiet so much about this stuff because I don't know. I mean, I'm like driftwood out here trying to figure out why I wasn't human, for so long. But anyway, I'll land there, and if anybody has any suggestions for reading that you'd like me to take a look at, I'd be more than happy to.
Nate, you got to be ready to talk about anything at any time in these spaces. You totally on your feet, totally prepared, any topic, anytime. I think your point about the lost stories is really, really profound and a good one. I'm thinking of our mass medias, our newspapers, our TV news programs. Where never mind Indigenous Hour. Where's the Indigenous 5 minutes in all those programs? You could watch MSNBC all day long today. I don't think you're going to see one Native story all day. So that's part of the project here. Let's see, Indigenous 5 minutes on MSN in the New York Times. That should just be like the sports section or the business section. Just no question. So that's an issue to work on. As allies, as truth, but it is good to be here over the months and years and decades to stay here. And Eugene said that one day. He likes to see when the dust cleared, who's still standing there. I say that often in many ways of this life, like the environmental stuff. Well, after the years, look, Oliver's still here standing with us. I see my indigenous pals, my environmental pals right here. They're learning their lessons. They know this love of Mother Earth, this instinctual understanding of Mother Earth is critical. It's almost where do you even begin? I don't know, Pup. What do you think?
I think you should get a subscription to Indian country. Exclusively.
Hi.
This is something that when you get a newbie, and I'm not calling you a newbie, Nate, but you get a newbie into the room. But when you get a newbie come into a chat room or someplace like that, and they say, "Hey, I want to know how to do this," then very typically, what they're going to get is some links, and the comment, "Here's the reference material. Go figure it out." So it's a good starting point, and from there, if you're diligent, you'll find all sorts of other publications, news broadcasts, radio broadcasts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And again, not to sound like a prick, but it's not my job to feed you information about us. If you're in,
assure you, for me, this is a space. You are not my formal professor, and I do not have demands as to how much or how little information you or anybody else in here puts to me. I promise.
Yeah, roger that. So, Indian country today, start there, my friend.
Well, I think I read it every single day, just about. Stay in touch. There is that media out there, pup. And one of our projects is trying to put together a 24/7 live media feed of good, reliable, independent media.
Go to the Pine Ridge Reservation. You know, they're strongly in a Lakota legal service and law. Interesting, actually. I find it interesting.
Absolutely, I remember listening to them during the Standing Ridge days. We definitely would have gone out there to get the message out there. And the Lakota people, the have to stick to, you have to stick to your ways, pup. You can't violate your ways in trying to break out the big message. It's like the environmentalists can't pollute the earth trying to break out their message. I mean, the lack of any attention, both movements have that lack of attention in our widespread corporate media. They're not covering native issues. They're not covering environmentalism. But we can discuss all this stuff in this space. You, Pop, have I know you have your degree and knowledge in theology, spirituality, as does Lost have his knowledge. And Debbie certainly. Often missing in the colonizer cultures where they seem to respect youth and money and weird concepts. It's learning or relearning some of these values in these spaces. I certainly had my strict Greek mother, my Greek grandmother. They didn't tolerate any kind of unhonorable their limitations as to what you can share.
Alex.
Yeah.
In all fairness, I would not have taken my children to the DAPL protest. Was armed to the fucking teeth. That was prudent. I mean, bring your kids to the DAPL protest. If it had gone horribly wrong, they just started throwing lead into the crowd. They were literally inches away from doing that multiple times. They elected for water cannons in the middle of winter, but had I had a desire to be there, then I would have found somebody to watch after the kids, and then I'd have gone there. But to put my children into jeopardy is just, it's not in me. Sorry, I'm not going to do that. Now, would I've gone out there, with my long distance rifle and been a sniper? Well, maybe. I'm not saying that I would. I'm not promoting violence, but if shit got out of hand, guess what? Anyway, I'll leave it there.
There was it was during. Yeah, go ahead, Luther. Sorry.
You make an excellent point, Pup. Me, this is just me, not you. Since I don't have any kids, if I had kids, I would go with them because you can teach them from afar. You can teach them with the books, but they ain't gonna learn shit unless they experience them for themselves. Even if you left the kids at home and you went out there yourself, what would they be learning? Nothing other than hearing the stories. Um, the one thing I learned from code talkers is I wish I was there. I wish, not just to feel their pain or even to carry their pain, but to tell the stories of their pain. So, but that's just me. That's just me. I would take the kids out there, and which a lot of them did. They took their grandmothers and grandfathers and their cousins and nieces and their children and their grandchildren and thing, whatever you want to call it, but that's just me. I would have taken my kids out there saying, look, this is why, you know, this even goes all the way back to 1492. Like, see, we gave these white people, Europeans, a chance. We gave these white people to non-judgmental. I still have it in me to be blunt honest. Like, why the hell did he let these people in? Why the hell did he, you know, what did they show? What did they say to him to if we had never let them in and built a wall for ourselves, none of this would be happening. And everything would be over there instead of over here. Our I still ask that, I still ask that to the elders, like, why did he let these people, foreigners or visitors, um, come from afar in different countries? Like, they all left, whether it was Chinese or black. I mean, with history, with the a train and borders and the states becoming, states and stuff. Like, why did he let these people in? This all goes.
That's why, and I agree.
Mother
Why
Earth,
the fuck?
responsibility and accountability to Mother Earth. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yep, yep, yep. We're just too goddamn generous. And even today, I feel I'm probably
Be okay with the fucking pipeline in the middle of our reservation, whatever. So, um, and we said something, and they weren't expecting that. So yeah, enough is enough. Like you said, yes, absolutely. We're four-legged relatives is another huge responsibility and accountability we have to them.
yep, yep. Now, you know, but one or two, and then send them back on the fucking Mayflower and let them tell Europe this is really not a nice place to go. These people aren't friendly at all. But I think what would have happened later is they'd have come back en masse with a fucking army. But you know, in all fairness, they did that anyway. So, you know, could we have delayed? Maybe. Uh, uh, but you know, I still, and that's literally what happened with the Second Fort Laramie Treaty. You know, the United States, you know, granted every request that we had, and then you know, a couple of years later, they took a couple of years, they built up the military, and they came back and literally overwhelmed us. That's literally what happened because you know, prior to that treaty, the reason that they did that is because we fucking slaughtered them, the 7th Cavalry, all over the goddamn plains. We defended our land. We defended our right to exist. With a massive military force, takes over a country, puts in a puppet leader, takes a couple of years, rebuilds his military, and then goes on to the next one. Then it's going to be all of Europe, Baltic states, and Scandinavian countries, and that's just not fucking right. They have as slaughtered their ass and sent a couple of them back alive. You know, and maybe, you know, maybe the tribes could have gotten together and mounted a brilliant tacticians and strategists.
Imagine if all of our indigenous people and our allies had weapons there on Standing Rock, and we slaughtered every one of those people that Trump, that stupid orange turd, and Kelsey, whatever his name is in Texas. If we
Red Cloud, hola.
That's weird. I just got removed as co-host.
No, you weren't co-host. You were just speaker, pup. But
Well,
my there we go. Now you're back to co-host. Okay, there we go.
Oh, there we. Oh, go ahead, Brad. Go ahead, Arthur. Sorry to interrupt.
Sorry to but I just would like to say hi to all of you, and it's a pleasure to be here and listen to all this
Thank you, Vidal.
And sorry about my English, my speaking English. I know that is too bad. I know that is too bad. I'm really sorry.
No, all good. No problem.
Yeah, you know what Red Cloud was talking about, an armed response at Standing Rock.
Yeah.
I you know, if we'd have done a huge response and all the tribes that participated, or a lot of tribes that participated, I think they would have come back and literally. I think that was the kind of decision-making process that at the signing of the Fort Laramie Treaty that they were thinking about, or our leaders. Oh, God, I would like to.
Here,
I
here,
would like to pick Sitting Bull's brain.
here. I have to tell you. Okay, I'm going to put it this way: the 7 sacred laws that we go by that by the White Buffalo Cap Pipeline. 1, prayer. 2, respect. 3, compassion. 4, honesty. 5, generosity. 6, humility. 7, wisdom. Those are the 7 sacred laws that our people and our ancestors have always obeyed and lived by. And believe you me, I question sometimes too, going like, why? Why did we let this happen? Why didn't we just rub them all out? But we have to abide and live by those 7 sacred laws. We don't have a choice. It's in our DNA.
Yeah, all I'm saying, Lost, is I just would have liked to have been a fly on the wall, teepee wall at the council fire when they were discussing this. That's all. I'd like
Yeah,
to.
me too. Me too, because I would have loved to have heard Sitting Bull and Red Cloud and all the other Sioux chiefs sitting back and discussing and talking about this.
And the
And
Northern Cheyenne. Yeah.
yeah, and like finding out what their thought pattern was with it. What was their decisions? What was it that they needed to tell, or they were looking at? What
Yeah.
was it
What?
that yeah.
Yeah.
What was
Why?
it that
What?
Joshua Cons and the UEP Red Blanket men were everybody in the room? Uh, we've already told you all we see you all as human beings. Take what we're talking about as something offensive or whatever. It is literally just questions as to what might have been a better thing, or if it would have been a better thing to do back then to prevent the amount of ongoing genocide and understood. But I think every single nation, including our Latina and Chicano and Mexican relatives and some, what was going on in their minds. What were our ancestors telling our ancestors back then? What guidance were they being given?
Ocean.
Well, I mean, that's why Sitting Bull didn't sit there in the first few councils that they had, where they were talking with treaties and everything.
Yeah.
That's why he didn't.
And rightfully so, I might add. Even down to his personal life.
Mm-hmm. And like he says, he wanted to be remembered as the last chief to take a reservation and give up his rifle. But that's a thing of honor that most people don't fully understand, even what the word honor means.
Yeah, you'll get my rifle when you pry it from my cold dead finger. It's kind of guy
that signed a treaty and took a reservation in the first few rounds of those meetings and conversations and treaty talk. I don't blame any of them when they're looking at their grandchildren and their great grandchildren and seeing their starving faces. I don't blame any of them.
No, not a one. Not a one. And family were going to expire from the face of the earth.
Yeah.
That's a roll of the fucking dice. And
Yeah.
again, they were smarter than me.
So like, I mean, that's the thing, like people don't understand. So they're always, listening to these racist white folk who talk about how, all these Indians were always warring with each other. No, we weren't. And once again, many of the tribes that in the first few rounds of treaty conversations wouldn't die of starvation. If we were always warring with each other, that would have wiped out a mass majority of the hunters and warriors, which would have meant the end of the tribe.
Yeah, that and it's the roll of the dice is, is the white man going to honor his treaty? Which obviously they never did. But, white man enough so that if he stuffs us onto a reservation, are we going to at least have some place to do our, to live? And, the white man was dishonest. And that probably came from, if another native leader had made that offer, they would have stood.
How will it affect, and what's going to affect for the next 7 generations coming? And we try and gain as much knowledge and wisdom as we can from the 7 generations